that actually, like, kind of works out for me. I'm okay with him being stuck. There we go. We'll knock him down. Every enemy in this game that's humanoid has the same death animation. That's one thing I think they could probably mix up a little bit. It does get a tiny bit repetitive. On top of that, when I kill these guys over here, I'll point out another one of my pet peeves that I have. Take him out, and when he hits the ground, you gotta wait for the entire death animation and for them to go poof before the loot pops out. Very, very simple thing to make the game feel better. Make the loot come out when the first frame of the animation starts when they die, rather than when they poof. Some of the enemies have reasonably decent death animations that take a little while to get done. And throughout the course of the 5 or 6 hours that I've spent with the game, I've spent a lot of time waiting for a guy to finish his death animation so the loot will pop out. Just one of those little changes. Not a major thing, but I think it would make the game feel a little bit better to play. Get you right there. You gonna try to shoot me with a bow, or are you gonna try to close? All right, let's get that guy right there. There is a parry system in the game. It is quite generous. It's very, very easy to figure out. It's not really going to be much of a head scratcher when the enemy swings, just parry. And they get knocked back a little bit, and then you get an opening to hit them. What's up with this door? Is it barred from the other side? Okay, so it's barred from the other side. So any way that we can get in there is going to have to be somewhere else. They gave me a truth potion when I came in here, like a potion of true sight. Sometimes there's false walls in this game, and you can just walk through them, but they will look like a normal solid wall, and you've got to drink a truth potion to open your eyes and actually see stuff like that. That opens right there. Where does this go? You can get up on roofs and things like that, by the way. Looks like it goes to some kind of alleyway or something down there. I'm not going to drop down just yet because I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen when I drop down. Can I break these floors? Sometimes these little areas that are like scaffolded over or they've been patched, you can hit them with your sword and they'll break and then you can fall through them. But exploration is 100% the focus of this. Are you guys going to try to hurt me? They are. They have fireballs and stuff. Okay, I need a health potion. That hurt like hell. Alright, all good to go. Back on in we go. I do love the addition of drinking animations and things. These guys, I don't know. These guys look like they're from the Apostatic Union, and I'm friendly with them, so I don't know why they're upset with me right now. Circle around them and get them right there. And we got some lockpicks inside of there. We got some coins. We got some kind of potion, a shielding potion. I haven't really used that potion yet. As of right now, the amount of space that you have available is kind of like confined in the UI. You can only have like 4 potions on your hotbar at a time and only have a couple of spells at a time. And so I've got to rotate them. This guy right here, though. There we go. Let's get him with a backstab. There is a stealth system in the game. I haven't really been using it altogether that much. That right there is a power-up called a delusion. This is the way by which you level up. So, effectively in this game, you do not get XP from fighting enemies. You do not get XP from using skills and having them upgrade naturally. In this world, you find things called delusions. And if you get enough of them, you get a level up. The design philosophy is very clear right there. The game wants you to explore. It wants you to go out and find secret things. And in those places will be squirreled away delusions. Now, another thing that's really cool about this game, if you can see something, you can get to it.
Yeah.
Nothing is off limits to you inside this game. So, for example, those little flying islands up there, I bet you can get to them. That little flying island up there, you can 100% get to it. There's a quest to get to that one right there that opens up another quest and gives you a big old lore dump. And there's a library up there. I mean, there's these little bridges. You need bridge passes to get across those. I haven't even been to that entire continent.
It looks like it'll play well with others.
I haven't even been to that entire continent over that way yet. There's another one over that way that I haven't been to yet. I just got a pass that will allow me to maybe go to... Well, there's one island, and I can't really particularly see it right now, but there's an island with a city on stilts. I got a pass to go there, like literally before I started recording. This lift needs a key. Okay, so in order to get up to there, whatever that might be, we need to find a key, I guess. That's going to happen to you a lot. There's a lot of, like, progress gating in this game where sometimes you're going to get to a location and your skills aren't going to be high enough for you to get through, like, a door and lockpick it. And that's just going to be the end of your adventure until you come back later. Where does this go? That's going to be the end of your adventure until you either have the key or you have the skill check or until you have something else. This is definitely a game that I would recommend playing with a notepad. It's an old school game like that. where
Oh, yeah.
writing down locations and the stuff that you have found there and the fact that you could not access it might be a good idea. I might need to use an agility spell right here. I don't know if I can make that jump without an agility spell. There we go. We agility spelled it. I think we were down here. Who is this guy? Now look here. This is my tree and that's my loot, so get lost. Do you live here? Yes, I've been here for 60 years, since before the damned apostates blasted the place to smithereens. What is this town? Time was, it was a town called Rustburg on account of all the merchants selling Emberian junk. You see, there's an old Emberian ruin up there, plenty of detritus though, and all the time the town's been here, they never did crack open the big old doors. Some of that magic metal is gonna still hold tight no matter how many cannons you fire at it. Why is it such a wreck? Well, about 40 years ago was the God War. The apostates, I guess we call them the Union now, they caught wind of some Wiccan holdouts and blasted the whole town with a fortress ship. Hallowtown was fine, so most of the folk just moved there. Nobody ever really rebuilt Rustburg.
That was actually very funny.
You know a way into
I thought
town?
that was very
you need to
funny.
get into the big stone tower, but there's two ways around. You can go the long way with all the goblins and moths, or
the goblins
you can
and
go the
moths.
special way. Can you tell me the special
What's
way?
the special way?
I guess you seem
It's up
like
your
an alright
butthole.
guy.
It's up
when
his
there were
butthole.
Wiccans living here, they hid a nearby bridge with magic. It's right there, but you gotta use a truth potion to see it. Lets you sneak past all the gobos real good. Alright. There's also a brewing system in this game. There is crafting. Pretty much everything you loot in this game is going to be upgraded. There's not a whole lot of loot variety in the game, but the loot that you find is consequential and will give you stat boost to pretty much like a skill check. And then on top of that, all of the gear that you find is upgradable. And so you'll find crafting materials around. So just because you find a wizard robe doesn't mean that that wizard robe is going to stay in the state that it currently is forever.
I like that
Instead,
it looks
you're
like they
supposed to be
took what they
finding
could
crafting
reach
materials to sort of
and
like
made something
chain
truly
upgrade
inspired.
all of these
I
things
like
that
that.
you're finding throughout the game. So for
The
example,
graphics
the sword that I
remind
have
me
right now is a
of
level
a
3
game I played called that I need to revisit now because it has a taming system in it. You know, right as it is right now, I believed in the game. I thought it was actually a good game. Oh God, what is it? It's Project Gorgon. And Project Gorgon is an interesting game. It's not. I mean, I think I picked the wrong class, which was kind of part of the problem. I also don't know if I don't know. It's an interesting game. It is what it is. But it had kind of bad graphics like this, but it was fluid. It played well. Oh, kill this elemental. He got me low. That sucked. Oh yeah, I'm still chopping a tree. Yeah, I'm still chopping a tree, yeah. Well, what am I at now? I'm at 70. Let's go sell, and I'm going to put the gold away. I love the wolf. I actually really like him. I'm going to grow attached to him. It's going to be annoying. I don't know. I want my skills to go higher, like my pet points. I want to go higher so I can get 2 of them. Or, I mean, I can get 2 of them. Right now, I could buy another one, and I'm kind of tempted to just let them grow, like let grow them over days and stuff. Yeah. It looks good. I kind of want to buy it just because it looks like a good distraction, but I wonder how much it is. Let's go put it on the wish list because I like it. But also, like, I don't know, like, I wish it was multiplayer. That's the real problem with it. It's not multiplayer. It's single player. But let's see what they want for it. It's called Dread Delusion. Let's see how much they want. We're gonna go to the store and add it to the wish list. I do like it. I think it's a good. I want this Grand Blue Fantasy too, which is expensive. Dread Delusion. Dread Delusion. Yeah. There's an open world RPG brimming with strange places and dark perils. It's very positive. June 15, 2022. It's been released, but I don't know, I guess it hit early access last year. So, do I know anything else that these people have done? Dread X Collection, Spookware, Sucker for Love, Dread Delusion. Well, explore floating islands under a strange sky in a handcrafted open world. That's handcrafted. Fighting is never the only option. Towns offer needed respite for winter sleep through the night. Trade goods accept quests to speak with the locals. Key minor travel can purchase research will shape how the story unfolds. Embark on a world-spanning quest to decide the fate of the land. Build your character to face challenges the way you want. There's always an alternative to combat. Charm NPCs, pick locks, harness forbidden knowledge, and more. Classic RPGs of the 2000s. I wonder if there's a taming system in it. How much do you want for this? It's $20, which is a good deal. But don't think it's a bit late to do some budgetary stuff, but that's all right. I will buy this. I will buy this in a couple of days. Yeah, this is going on the wish list here. Dread Delusion. Yeah, it looks good. I probably will buy this actually, and I'll put it in my cart. Even I know that I'm gonna buy this. I think. Yep. So add to cart. Yep. I was like, is it cheap? Yeah, it is cheap.
Sword. Yeah. I've upgraded it twice. Oh, we can actually chart this place. Interesting.
Interesting.
Well, then let's chart this place. You can see in the bottom right-hand corner, I've got a book. If I press the F key right here, this game does not come with a map. You have to make your own.
Oh, wow.
And so there's a quest chain that you'll unlock where they give you one of the magical journals that cartographers use to track the islands, even though they're in constant motion. And once you have that, every now and again, the game is going to kind of nudge you and be like, this looks like an interesting place. And then you are going to use your cartography book, and it's going to fill in the map a little bit. And the map does track where you are. This will help you keep track of where you've been, where you haven't been. I don't think you can leave notes on it or anything, but I would like to be able to leave notes on it. Being able to create custom pins that are like, skill check here, I couldn't
Paramount.
get through.
Don't bother with a map unless you can put pins in
on like these little buildings and stuff like that would be actually super
Another
helpful.
11
so
gold.
To leave a pin or whatever on here, I think would be a really cool feature that would make it so you didn't need to have a notepad in real life in order to remember what you have and haven't done. He said something about a bridge with a truth potion. I guess I can take a look around and see if we can do that. Take the stamina potion off. I only have 3 truth potions. I don't know how long they last for. Not very long appears to be the answer to that question. Oh yeah, there's a magic bridge right over here that you couldn't see. I jumped over that. Huh. This game is absolutely rabbit-holed with little things like that, like if you pay attention during conversations and things, you will inevitably find out about some of these little interactions and things that you can do. That's probably a magic bridge right there too, because I would have come over here and looted that little herb before I left. But for right now, we need to find something to do. I do have a mission to break into a guy's house. Apparently he's got something that the Thieves Guild wants in his basement, and so as one of my tests, they want me to go into his basement and figure out how to get in there. I guess we could give that a go. On my way over, I saw a bunch of thieves over here by this manor-looking place, so I figured we'd dive on in here too and just kind of see what they've got inside, and that's pretty much the entire game. They've really tapped into something, I think, human and primal with this game, which is just the desire to go look at the thing and figure out if there's going to be something useful over there. I can't express enough how much of a breath of fresh air this game is for people that enjoy exploration, and they don't want to be told, they want to be shown. People in this game, when you talk to them, they like allude to things. Occasionally, they'll just flat out tell you, which is there's a secret door right there. Alright, let's see what's in the secret door. Move that candle right there.
If the graphics,
Hey, there we
the
go.
graphics were better.
A ring of Featherfoot. You cannot take damage from falling, often used by acrobats and burglars. If the fall is too great for the wearer of this charm, or no fall is too great for the wearer of this charm, it's always advisable to make sure one can return from whence they plunge. Okay. It looks like these right here. Hey, alright, let me put that ring on though. That's a really useful ring. Fall damage exists in this game, and it can be kind of catastrophic. Thus far, the game is not that challenging or difficult. I haven't really had any problems with any of the content that the game presented to me. We got some XP right
Which is
there,
my
so
problem
that's
with it.
This is an alchemy station. You should learn
I'm looking for hard.
the alchemy.
I'm looking for anything that'll test my limits and make me a better gamer. And I've seen a lot of games like this on Steam. I've bought a couple and returned them actually. And my real problem with it is that it's not hard enough. It looks like it's fun, but there's no point unless it's hard, you know. There's a big pig and a bush pig and a steppe horse. I feel like I could get more money off just one. I don't know. It's weird. Anyways, I'm looking through the list for. Yes, for dire wolves, higher level dire wolves. There's lower level ones, but I want a higher level one. 25, 20, 27. Here's a whole rash of dire wolves. I'll take you. And I'll take you. This is 14. I don't have that much, which is kind of annoying. So, yeah, but anyways, we'll go pull out, and I'll just start training him. Yep, B. And, yep, and we'll take you out. We'll call you A. Oh, window was closed due to moving too far away. What do you mean moving too far away? Oh, I do not have enough pet points to ride. Oh, I see, okay. So, never mind. I guess it is only me and the direwolf. Okay, well, so never mind. Direwolf will go away. And I will stable this direwolf. Yeah, but I own him now. And that's good. That's an agenda thing that I've got. Good. Oh, pets follow me. Now I can ride you again, right? That's cool. I have a mount that also attacks, like, really well, too. So, yeah. It's funny because I can ride him out of a dungeon, I think. I don't think there's anything stopping me from going into a dungeon with him, which is interesting. He's really small. I like that I can just straight up ride him like he's actually a fucking mount. Like there's no limitations to him. He actually is a full-blown mount that really hurts. I've never conceived of something that strong before in an MMO. Anyways, yeah, in the banker is that ring, and I want to see it's unidentified. Yeah, that plain ring. What else do we have in terms of rings? Yeah, there's like other stuff here. Like I want to see. What do? Your economic piercing defense. Piercing defense is good. 2% piercing defense is really good, actually. This one's Tendremic ring. It's a small, expensive ring. Yeah, is there enchanting in this game? I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff. There's Mountain Spider Mastery. You need to know Mountain Spider Influence. Cheliceratta. I forgot I had all this stuff, yeah. It's pretty cool. Eventually, I'll have a whole screen of bags. I should go blow like another... Yeah, I should go blow. I should go... I'm full. I need... I don't know. There's the fourth bag. Yeah, fourth bag. Let's do some sorting, I guess. We'll use this as like, yeah, I guess I want like 2 rows of bags, and then we'll use this as a drop thing. There's food. I'm starting to really like this stupid game. I actually do like this game, but it takes forever to do anything. So it's like, it's so slow. I need to process these dire wolf carcasses because it's like, it'll help me pay for the money that, or I'll say, yeah, the money I lost on, no, I didn't want to put it in the bag though. I don't know. There's Dial. Here's some Burning Salts pouch, and I got those off some dude. I think he was really mad I took those, actually. But I don't care. They're mine now. Might be able to sell them. There, see? So, I guess we can start sorting. I should blow, like, half this money on bags, and I probably will. I'm gonna blow, like, 40 gold on bags. And I'll get better at sorting here with all this and everything. Because, yeah, I have a lot of influx of loot, and, I wonder if there's bags on the auction house. Do they sell bigger bags than the crappy 6? Because that'd be cool. Why not? Equipment, pet equipment, equipment of, yeah, trinkets, items, bags. Oh, they do sell bags. Shit. Nothing at all, though, huh? You're not selling any bags? No? No. That's unfortunate. Oh, skill books, yeah? Oh, yeah. Maybe I can get training lore or something, huh? Controlled aiming, compact horn, diving, resistance swimming, controlled aiming. Pole axes is cool. It's only 8 gold. I can learn pole axes and start using a pole axe. That'd be sweet. Resistance, crawling. What do you mean crawling? You can crawl in this game? Resistance swimming, Mulva bag crafting is 8 gold. Oh yeah. Controlled aiming, diving. Almine lore, elemental. I'm looking for anything training, like right, that training one. Potion, controlled aiming, potion utilization, canine influence. Ooh, canine influence, right? Don't I have a direwolf? Yeah, canine influence seems cool. I want to buy that for 12.50, but I mean I already have a book in right now. Got to remember the canine influence. Oh, there's control riding. That might be really worth a lot. Control riding, feint techniques, marksmanship, diving, resistance swimming, arthropodia, iron silk lore, marksmanship. Marksmanship seems to be a coveted skill, I guess. I didn't really understand. Fundamentals of elemental propulsion, reptile carapace lore, aiming technique, swift riding. Maybe I need that now. Herbalism. I didn't know this was all here, so now I really feel like I should continue to keep chopping wood and playing this game and having fun. Dominate 2. Dominate 1. Mounted Magery. I'm still looking for training, right? I need training. Or taming. I'm sorry. I'm looking for advanced taming, or what else is it? Yeah, it's like advanced taming, or anything animal. Anything animal. Oh, am I being attacked? I think I am. Shit. Oops. Back at it. Back at it. Oh god, go. Misa dying. Just kill him and then sit. This guy got a lot of procs. It's funny. That game that I just looked at, this game that we're looking at here, it looks good. But it also doesn't look hard, which is a problem. I think, you know what game looks hard to me, like literally hard, is Daggerfall. And I kind of want to play Daggerfall, and I should look into how to mod Daggerfall, because that game does look like it'll play well with others. And I think maybe playing a mage in it might be really fun, actually. Die, you. Sit, get your health back. And Napsida, steel lore, shield crafting, potion utilization. There's all these cool things here. We're getting up in prices fairly quick, and I expect to see the book that I want here, hopefully, but I don't know. Animal care, there it is. 275 gold for motherfucking animal care. 275 gold. That's insane to me. Oh my god. Yep, animal. Anything animal care. 275 gold. Oh my god, that's what that book is. Animal care. It seems easier to me to get that gold than it does to, you know, whatever. It's fun. We'll go buy some bags now. The auction house interests me. I actually like it. It's kind of like this emergent, like auction house. It's actually interesting. Utility vendor. Yeah, isn't this it? Yeah, I think so. Do you sell bags? Is that you? No, that's not you. Gonna buy large, capacious bags. 6 of them. Or, yeah, five of them. Yeah, that's good. Animal care. Oh. That's a ice elemental that popped. Yeah, and I'm full health, so kill it. Alright, so we're going to put capacious bags away now. Those are bandages. Yeah, I need to stack those because they're good. And then you... What was that sound? Was that FFXI?
Alchemy rules in this game. I'm not going to spoil anything, but alchemy allows you to do very interesting things in this game that will save you a lot of money. We could use a rest, and it's kind of nighttime, so I'll sleep till morning. Because we're not in a safe location, we can be attacked while we're sleeping, but I was willing to take the risk. The place is totally and completely covered with little locations like this that just have little hidden object puzzles. There are harvestables around. So, for example, over here, this little guy that's floating, this is a bug. It cries silk, and there are different tiers of them. You need this silk for upgrading your gear and also just for selling. And so, you're going to want to pet these little guys whenever you see them and get the silk out of them. Let's get back to our Thieves Guild quest. So welcome to Hallowshire. This is one of the big cities in the first main area. It's one of those RPG things where they say it's like the biggest, most populous city and there's like 9 people inside of it. But this is going to be the focal point for a lot of your early game adventures.
No amber.
Now the guy I think we're trying to steal from is inside this building right here. They have said that this room, which we're trying to get into, is only accessible from the outside somewhere. I'm guessing it probably has something to do with like this right here. That there may be some kind of like true sight thing that we need to have access to in order to get in. It may be a good idea. Yeah, it might be a good idea to true sight potion around here. It's also possible that the access way may be through like the sewers, possibly. Looks like there's windows back there, but none that I can actually immediately jump through. But we do have this right here, which goes up and underneath. Let's see if maybe there's something that I've missed inside of here. So there's a lock-picking door right here. The lock-picking minigame in this game I think could be improved a lot. The lock-picking minigame is basically you just rolling a die until you get what the game wants you to get. And so it's all RNG. There's no like skill involved. There's no anything else involved. That's probably our way in, would be my guess. I don't have any lockpicks left though. I broke all of them. So we're kind of like stuck inside the poo water with nothing but disappointment in our throats. But while we're in town, I can show you the upgrade system. It's very, very simple. You're going to cruise around. You're going to find iron ore. You're going to find fine ore. You're going to find emberite ore. With silk, you're going to find silk, fine silk, and some other stuff. You can also get those by other means, but I don't want to spoil because the exploration and the learning about the universe is a big part of this title. But anyways, if I had the ore, which I do, I could upgrade this armor right here into Outlaw's armor from Rusty armor. That'll give us 30 to our defensive stat and plus 8 to our attack. Gear in this game serves as a way for you to sort of like get around things. So if you look at the robes that I'm wearing right now, they give me plus 20 to spell casting, and the hat that I'm wearing gives me plus 10 to charm. Upgrading this stuff is a really good idea because you can hot swap your gear whenever you want, and most of the quests tell you exactly what the threshold is that you need in order to complete like the dialogue or whatever else. And so one of your big tasks in this game is going to be upgrading all of your gear and kind of like moving around all of your stuff to get past skill checks and to get to the next part of the game. Until I have more lockpicks, there's not going to be much that I can do right here. Like I said, I would like to see the lockpicking game kind of fiddled with. Like, I know they're trying to keep it as like a skill check for right now, but getting rid of a little bit of the RNG that goes into it would be nice as well. Honestly, I think I would probably prefer that they just be like, you're not skilled enough to pick this lock, and then if you are, you automatically achieve it. There's some lockpicks, big old pack of 3. I'll probably come back later on once I have full lockpicks to try to get in there through the sewers, because it requires a 6 check. You can level up your lockpicking through the use of Guile. So when you get delusions, you increase your stats, and all of these stats are linked to other attributes that will go up by 5 each time that you increase them. And so, for example, you know, your lockpick will go up by 5 when you increase agility. Your run speed will go up, and your jump height will go up. Lore is the same thing, but with increasing, like, your wisdom. These guys down here are going to be for increasing your charm. Stuff like that. I do have a quest to turn in. I can't take damage from falling, so, like, who cares? We'll just jump off right there. And I think I have a quest with this little lady in the tent over here. She wanted me to map and chart the entire realm, and I have done that now. I'm kind of a completionist. I don't move on to new zones until I've done everything I possibly can in old zones. It's sort of a curse that I live with. I'm hoping she gives me something good. This is a low magic universe, so magic is kind of like actively practiced, but it's very gated as to who's allowed to have it. There's almost always a quest when you want to learn a new spell. The scholar is engrossed. I have cipher charts to hand in. These will do nicely. The detail is impressive, and it looks like you've completed the entire region. I'll throw in some extra coin for your efforts. Okay. How much money do I have? Money's not really a problem once you figure out how to get it. I'm not going to spoil how to easily farm lots and lots of money in this game. You'll figure it out. The exploration, once again, I have to be very careful when filming a video like this, because the exploration is a huge component of what makes the game interesting. So if I just like say those things on a video, someone that then buys the game knows how to do the thing, and learning how to do the thing is actually kind of one of those major emergent values of the title that is hidden from you for a reason. Keep exploring, you'll figure it out. This guy over here said he would take me to a new land when I'm ready, so let's sail to the Clockwork Kingdom. There are 4 rules of flying with Misha. Don't lean over the side, don't feed the jellyfish, do not throw up in the boat. Last rule, we never go inland in the Clockwork Kingdom. Once you leave the landing site, you are on your own. You ready for the voyage? All right, let's go. So he's going to put himself over here, and we're going to go along for a little ride. It doesn't look like I can move around the boat while we're actually being flown over here. There was another boat that I saw that was going in between locations, but I can't find it now. And so I would like to find that boat too and figure out where it goes. On a certain level, the exploration in this game kind of reminds me of early World of Warcraft too, where sometimes you would see like an airship and you're just like, I don't know where this goes, there's nobody else on it. I guess I'll get on and go see. And there was sort of like this knowledge that you would have that other players didn't have by knowing how the world interconnects. Obviously, that was all gone within a year of release, but in the first few months, knowing the paths to get from point A to point B was actually pretty
1%
cool.
to loot.
This game kind of has that same similar thing going on. Oh, is that a tree that's impaled on a root over there that makes like a bridge to get across to that little area? It's kind of cool. This place is absolutely pockmarked with like these interesting little visual locations, and you can get to all of them. Which means that if you've got the explorer's gene inside of you, I think this game is going to bite you in a very real way, the way that it did to me. There will be people that complain about the graphics. Like I said, this is a period piece, and it's an unapologetic period piece. This game is trying to show you what games were like in like the late 90s.
They used to be good.
And it's pretty unflinching in that respect. There's a lot of quality of life here that does exist, but they make you unlock it first. You have to do quest chains in order to like get to the quality of life. Things like fast travel, for example, are very, very limited, but you've got to do like quests and you've got to explore in order to unlock the fast travel. The quality of life is there, it's just not immediate. Like, you start without a map and a compass too. You're just wandering in the world, and by wandering you get access to the cartography system. Like I said, it's clear from the design schema that everything here is meant to revolve around exploration, And that's a rare thing with an RPG. Usually, they make it surround either the narrative or they make it surround the advancement of your character. This game, those two things only happen if you explore first. It is the first step. And so Mikhail looks off into the distant, or the mountains with unreadable expression and shakes his head. Here we are, home shit home, or what's left of it. Since Misha never goes inland, this is where we part. I'm not going to ask you your business, and best you do not tell, but if you want to cross the gate bridge, talk to the Royal Factor. When you get to Ferropolis, keep your head down and trust nobody. You do not want to be tangled in the machinist's intrigue. Okay. Wise plan, don't die, yeah? Well, I'm not planning on dying, but I don't know if I'm ready for this place either. Luckily, there's a convenient save point at the moment that I can just hit real fast. The game does not actively save while you're... so I've seen it save when I'm walking around the world, but how that matters when you leave the game and come back, I don't know. Either way, there's save crystals. Every time you see one, you should hit it real fast to avoid losing progress. Luckily, the game is not intrinsically altogether that dangerous from what I've seen so far. It's actually almost like a cozy RPG in the respect that I've only really come across a couple of enemies that are a major threat. There's like some spider things over here. How bad are they?
Oh, it looks awesome.
I'm
it's like the death
them,
train.
So that's
looks
a
awesome.
good opening salvo.
Awesome.
Him.
The mobs look sweet. Oh no, I
am
am
a little bit of love and touch and squeezing on him.
Oh, did you steal my elemental?
Circle strafe. Almost every enemy is defeated by circle strafing. That's probably something they should sort out. I think the game could probably do with a little bit more challenge and a little bit more threat, just to make the exploration kind of put your heart in your throat a little bit more aggressively. But the game functions perfectly fine at the difficulty level that it's at right now because exploration is kind of the focus. The combat system is kind of too simple for them to put like a ridiculous amount of challenge into it anyways. I do think that the combat and the item variety is actually kind of a weakness of the game as of right now. Where there's not like maces. So far I think I've seen like daggers and swords, and that's it in my 6 or 7 hours. There's no spears. You know, there's throwing weapons, there's a bow, and there's an assortment of swords. But I would like to see that variety kind of hammered out, where there's like maces, hammers, flails, things of that nature that you can equip. They don't even need to change up the animations altogether that much. Just being able to pick and choose what you want to run, and maybe giving like a stat boost to different things for different weapons would be cool. Like hammers give you a little bit of defense. You know, spears give you a little bit of reach that you don't have with other weapons but deal less damage.
Freeze.
Maces give you like some form of armor penetration.
No.
You got something like a flail. You know, maybe that increases your attack value. The border's closed. Let me through. I need to go home. Not happening. Get out of here. I did need to talk to the factor because Misha gave me a forged passport into the Clockwork Realm. It's over here in my inventory. And as you can see, it's got a crude smiley face drawn on it, so I don't think it's going to hold up to scrutiny when the Gestapo gets here. And so he said I needed to go to Rustburg. I'm sorry, not Rust. Yeah, I needed to go to Ferropolis. That's what it was. The city on stilts. That's probably it right there. And he said I needed to talk to, like, the head factor in order to get it validated and turned into, like, a real passport so that I can come and go across that bridge as much as I please. Nothing up here. But I'm inclined to look because in my experience, there's always something hidden behind, like, the little nooks and crannies of this game. You're going to want to be a cranny gazer, all right? You're going to want to be a nook surveyor. You're going to want to get in there and actually take a look around. I took my stamina potion off my hotbar, but I definitely need a stamina potion right about now. Items and spells, truth potion, you can go away for a minute. Stamina potion, it's better than sleeping. Disregard the bags up under my eyes. That guy's been defeated. It looks like this is maybe some kind of farmland over here. I don't know. Everything's so accursed in this game, and nothing's ever working right. It's side effects of the cataclysm. We got snow, though, which is pretty cool. What I get the impression of from exploring this game is that it's kind of like exploring old dwarvish ruins in Morrowind or like Oblivion. You don't know exactly what happened or what went wrong, but everything seems to be very rusty and destroyed. A poison shuriken. That's new. Selling throwing weapons can be pretty lucrative, and they're like all over the place. Some enemies just drop them. And so like throwing knives and whatnot are worth 2 gold. I've gone so far as to say this game has an economy that functions entirely off of just throwing weapons. But you can also do interesting alchemical things with the throwing weapons and whatnot, so keep an eye on that too. Their eyes go wide when they see you and they make an occult sign. King's mercy, how did you get past the wards? They grab a frying pan from a nearby shelf and they brandish it unconvincingly. Stay back, in the name of its majesty I abjure thee, you have no power here. Calm down, I'm not gonna hurt you. They lower the pan. You're not one of them, are you? You're actually traveling out here. Oh, please, your majesty, watch over this brave soul. Who did you think I was? A rogue myrmidon, bewitched by the saboteur to disobey the king, or perhaps even a corrupted one. One of the landship owners told me it's spreading hereabouts. I hear them, you know, the clawing and hammering at my door every other night. Sometimes it's like they're knocking, and sometimes they say things, but I don't listen. It's lies. They grimace. Just mind yourself out there, all right? Okay. Best of luck to you. Seem kind of paranoid and hysterical, so I'm gonna get out of here before I get bonked with a cooking implement. Already went up there. What's inside this little building over here? And also, what are those? There's been a number of things that I've seen throughout the realm that I don't know quite how to interact with them yet, but it's clear from their placement that they're important. It is of utmost gravity that you immediately report all signs of corruption to the proper authorities in your district. Know the omens. Unusual behavior, physical defects with livestock and animals, confusion in finding your way through familiar places, mirages of the eye and ear, taste and smell of lilac when there is no lilac. Long live the king. Huh. Okay. Doesn't look like there's a way to get up in there. That little bridge connects on that side. Maybe I'll go check this city out, though. Might not be a bad idea to have, like, an anchor point that I can teleport back to. You do have a Hearthstone in this game. It's on, like, kind of a chunky cooldown. Oh, my God, there's little ones. So I'm guessing in this place... Ow. I'm guessing that in this place, mundane objects become enchanted and start, like, trying to murder people. Just judging from, like, the art style here. The enemy variety in this game seems to be reasonably decent. Once again, I haven't found, like, any of them challenging or difficult just yet. Maybe when I get further on... Okay, so they've got a little bit of, like, Utini Jawa action happening over here. Got, like, a giant combine that just cruises around. Looks like I can get on board it, too. I'm gonna get on board it. Yeah, I've got myself a new John Deere. Like John Deere in the heat of the night. He's farmers now. There's a guy over there. I don't know if he's gonna be a friendly guy or he's gonna be mean, but you know, barred from the other side. This is Dread Delusion. If you're looking for an RPG that is absolutely chock-a-block with exploration and takes place inside of a world that you've never seen before, that leans very, very heavily in kind of like a different post-apocalyptic direction than a lot of the other Stalker-inspired stuff out there. This is one of those games that I think fits in very, very well with, like, Lunacid. I think it fits in very well with games like King's Field. I think it fits in very, very well with games like Daggerfall or, like, the earlier stages of Morrowind. Things of that nature, and for me, this was personally a teleporter back to my childhood that I think instantaneously, like, grabbed me and made me want to play it. It's unabashedly kind of like nostalgia bait, but it backs it up with a giant weird world that is worth exploring, where there's something around every corner and there's something hidden behind every pipe, and every location has like 10 ways to access it. While it doesn't quite have the character building or the narrative building so far that a lot of other games have, there are little things in there. There is some base building in this game. I have a base of operations that's like a steamship that I fly out of. I haven't gotten it working yet, but I have been purchasing the upgrades for it. Everything in the game happens on a time scale too, so I haven't played long enough to see the outcomes of certain quests. There are certain locations where I've dispelled curses or I've resolved some kind of thing, and there was a pop-up being like, your decisions will have an effect here. Like, the city will begin to regrow, but that will have consequences or something else like that. You've got to kind of like swing back to previous locations that you've already been like a couple weeks later as well and kind of take a look. Even things like upgrading my flying fortress, which does not fly yet. It's just kind of a fortress right now. I'll give you an example. I built like a recreation area inside of it. It said to come back in a while and it'll be done. You've actually got to wait for the contractors to finish building the thing that you purchased, and I haven't been back there yet to go and look at it. Everything happens on a time scale in this game, and sometimes you don't know what the outcome is going to be for a branching path quest until later on down the line. And so there are also things that I haven't really seen how far-reaching the results are going to be of like a major narrative point that I resolved just yet. And so, like I said, everything in this game is emergent. Everything in this game is not really going to be explained to you. You just gotta kind of feel it out and see where things go. But I dig that about it. Some people might find the esoteric nature of that to be sort of disorienting or difficult to come to grips with. But every time that happens to me, I just start exploring again, and I just like wander off into the horizon and like find a new thing to work on and like a new place to level up and a new place to fiddle with. And so it works for me as a player, and I was also of the age that I mentioned earlier during the time period where games like this were coming out. And in fact, I think this was the best period of RPGs.
Yep.
Not really to be competed with yet by modern gaming. And so
Yep.
Dread Delusion, I highly recommend it. I think the game's pretty cool. I think it could use some more depth to the combat. I think it could definitely use a lot more item variety along the way to kind of like make your character unique and decide what weapons you want to upgrade and what you don't. But what I've seen so far has also been satisfying and emergent, and so I have no problem really, I guess, recommending it. This right here is a fast travel point. They're not like everywhere, but they seem to be near most of the major locations. And so if you're at like a major location, like a new city or something like that, look around. You'll probably find one like in the sewers or something. You've got to do a quest in order to unlock the ability to interact with those. They're not going to work when you first come around. But keep exploring. You'll figure out how to unlock them. My name is Splattercat. I sift through the pile to find what's worthwhile in the world of indie games every single day so you don't have to. Today up on the chopping block, we were fooling around with a very, very rare and unique title called Dread Delusion. There is truly no other game quite like it on Steam that's purely focused on exploration and kind of lore dumps and just making the player look into the horizon and being like, I want to get there. How do I get there? It's kind of a rare thing. And so anyways, I'll see y'all tomorrow with something hot and fresh off the indie skillet. For now, it's time for me to go. Thanks for hanging out with me, and I'll catch y'all later. Bye, folks.
Yeah, it was good.
What's up, guys and gals, and welcome back to the Nerd Castle. Today in the world of indie games, we're going to be checking out a title called The First Dwarf. This is a playtest for the game that's gotten a little bit of coverage here and there about a post-apocalyptic dwarf who lands on a shattered isle with a mech. It seems to have a lot in common with something like the Rift Breaker, so that'll probably be my main point of comparison, having fiddled with it for a minute or two, but I'm mostly going in blind here just because it's a playtest, you know what I mean? Why are you going to dump 7 or 8 hours into a playtest? So you can get this game. The playtest is, I think, accepting applications. I'll put the Steam link down below. On top of that, you can take a look down there. You'll find a Discord and Twitch stream link just in case you wanted to hang out live. But let's not waste any more time talking. Let's go ahead and throw ourselves straight on into the game and see how this whole thing turns out.
You've been examined. Thank heavens you're still breathing.
Alright. I will return to my mech. Cool. So I've got myself, I don't know what that blue goo is. Is that flammable? I feel like I need to be aware of things that are flammable. Alright, so let's grab, I guess, all the spare parts off the ship that we possibly can.
Oh, my hammer. Good thing it didn't fall far.
A little bit jarring on the jump out right there. I'm guessing maybe I was supposed to loot this stuff before I get inside of the mech. I don't know, a little bit of a jarring animation right there. Alright, so we've got our mech back up and running. There's some gears over here. Sure, that's solid dwarfish workmanship right there. Did I get everything so far? We still have something laying around. Oh, there's something laying over here. I can see it on the mini-map. There we go. Let's grab the chimney right there.
Good. We can look around. Some pieces might have landed elsewhere, but I think it's a good spot. Just smell the forest. Time to build a base.
Okay. Oh, yeah, we've got like a build mode that's been enabled now. Well, first and foremost, we got to get all these pesky trees out of here. And then we need to select like a sexy spot, too. It looks like we have some kind of fuel gauge that was added onto the HUD right there that's going to indicate... I don't know if our mech can actually run out of it, though. Maybe there's like superpowers or something that the mech does, because general functionality doesn't really seem to affect the mech in any way from what I can tell. Can I mine rock from inside this thing, too? That chopping animation's pretty good right there. What happens if I hop out of the mech? There we go. I figured out how to do it. There's like a radio menu. What happens if I harvest this stuff over here? Okay, so those animations are a little bit more loosey-goosey. Those are probably going to need to be a little bit snappier, a little bit more impactful. Stuff like this. Test it out on a tree real quick. Yeah, same thing right there. It's a little bit slow and sluggish. It doesn't really imply the power of chopping because it's like a wrist flick, you know what I mean? You ever chopped down trees before? You ever used an axe for long periods of time? I had to chop firewood in the wintertime all the time when I was growing up as a kid. There's a wrist flick to it. There's a flickiness to it, but we are getting resources right now, which is good. Can I just hop back in right here? I can just hop back in, so we need to find a good spot to build up our base before we go into the control mode to get it done. It looks like there's something over here. What is this? My mech has stamina. Interesting. Extract mana. Oh, I've just got like a little booty pipe right there, and I just like vacuum it straight on up, huh? Is the tank actually indicative of how full we are? I think it is. I think it's going up and down. That's a nice little detail. Got a little bit of like a Dead Space vibe to it, I guess, with the contextual emergent UI. I usually prefer that things be done that way. I actually like it when games don't have a full-on UI. You can just look at your character and tell what your health is or tell what your mana is just by looking. Then again, having the little integer numbers right there and whatnot could be good too. Maybe I'll just build up. I figure we probably want like a clear open space, right? There's like an area where we've got room. So there's our main base right there, and it looks like we can... What's up, guys and gals? Welcome back to the Nerd Castle. Today in the world of indie games, this is a really, really good day, actually, because one of the original roguelikes to ever release on Steam has come out in 1.0. We've covered this game many, many times over the years, but I'm happy to say the 1.0 is here, and the 1.0 is quite enjoyable. And for any roguelike, roguelikes have an incredibly small market. It's over-embellished by the games that randomly sell like 1 million billion copies, but roguelikes, especially classic Berlin roguelikes like this one right here, they tend to have a much smaller market, and so they tend to kind of peter out and not make it to the release window just because not a lot of people are super interested in permadeath gameplay. Luckily, I am. That's one of my favorite genres, is like genres that actually have consequences and punishment for misplay. And so I like Keeper RL very much, but this is a game that seeks out to answer the question, what would happen if you tried to turn Dungeon Keeper into a classic Berlin roguelike? Like, how close could you get to that idea without sacrificing the general ideas of both of those different camps? And I think that Keeper RL actually does a really, really good job at it. It's a game with a lot of diverse gameplay, a lot of things to do, basically infinitely replayable with the amount of random stuff that can come up on a given run. And so we're going to play the game for about 30 minutes today and see if you wanted to add it to your wish list or if it's a big old pass for you. I got a link for you down below in the description. You can also find a link to my Twitch
Gaming
stream
for
and
all
my
of these
Discord,
videos.
just in case you wanted
And
to
all the
swing
excellent
through
content on my
live.
stream. I like your
Let's
style,
go
buddy.
ahead and get started. So there's
Good
a number
shit,
of
good shit. And I see that you're
factional-
almost to 1 million doing this. People need third-party games. They do. They need like underground games. the AAA-ness has been treating us so badly lately.
Options that you can go for at the beginning of the game. And actually, this game started out as like you play the bad guys, but it's very, very difficult not to notice that now there's more good guy options than anything else, in all honesty. And so I guess they must get a lot of play. But in the classic mode, you're playing Dungeon Keeper with an open world map where you can turn by turn raid your neighbors in order to steal their stuff. All of your units are customizable. This is the default classic experience where you play as either a wizard who is really bad in melee combat but has a number of powerful spells to aid in escaping, or you can play as the knight who is much more formidable in melee combat, in fact almost OP in melee combat once you get him going. But if he gets isolated and trapped by a lot of magic users, he's going to be in big trouble, and when you die, the game is over. You got to make a new base, you got to start over from scratch, so dying is what you want to avoid most in this title. You can also play as the good guys. The good guys over here are the same Dungeon Keeper experience. The only difference is you're building up kind of an underground lair for a secret order of knights that commune with the gods and summon angels and like angelic dragons and things like that to assist them in combat. Very fun stuff. We also have the undead over here, the Necromancer. The Necromancer, you collect all the dead bodies of everything you kill, and you use them like a currency, like coins or like money, to buy buffs and make more and more powerful necromantic creations to take over the world. You've got automatons, which is the gnomes. The gnomes are terrible in all regards, except for the fact that they build robots. And those robots are pretty chunky and pretty terrifying. You don't want to mess with them. So if the gnomes can survive long enough to make a big army of robots, they tend to get very steamrolly. We've also got the Dwarvish Colony over here. This is probably my favorite way to play the game and probably the closest to a roguelike experience as well. You start out with 12 dwarves, you never get any immigrants. Each of your dwarves is an individual character that levels up and can have like a different class. They're generally overpowered to compensate for the fact that losing one is basically permanent and you will never get another dwarf after that. But these guys right here, some very, very interesting decisions you have to make when playing as the dwarves, and so I kind of like them probably the best just because I really enjoy classic roguelikes, and this is the closest way to play. Outside of adventure mode, just like Dwarf Fortress, this game has an adventure mode where you can make a singular character and wander around one of the worlds that is inhabited by all these monsters and demons and everything else, and just try to survive for as long as you can. For the sake of fun, I don't think that I've ever done the good guys on a video before. So I know that I've done the dwarves, I know that I've done the undead, and I've done a ton of classic playthroughs, but I've never showed you the good guys before. Let's play as the good guys. I actually like this faction quite a lot, but due to the theming of the game being kind of like a bad guy and slaughtering the world, I don't tend to play them very often because I like theming. It makes me happy. This actually looks like an okay place to start out living. We've got kind of some nasty enemies around us. Maybe we'll re-roll it. Map generation in this game has gotten a big overhaul since the last time I played the game. The maps are much more interesting, they're much more robust, they're much more challenging too, but I don't think they're too difficult as how they are now. You just kind of have to change your play style by quite a bit. You need to be a little bit more exploratory than you had to be before. So starting out on this map, we start out with our knight and we start out with a couple of peasants. That's all that we've got. Any character in this game, you can click on them and go into control mode, and then you can move them around to scout. Don't want to go in there, that's an enemy dungeon. So we just need to scout out the map a little bit and figure out what's around us, and hopefully not die in the process, and start building a base. This looks like a good little inlet for the start of our base, so I'm going to exit control mode. Our character only has 24 defense and 28 attack for right now. Those numbers are just like hard. You don't really have to worry about them too much. It looks like we got water right there. That's real unfortunate. I wish that we did not have water right there. So this will not be a suitable place to build a base. Either that or, yeah, I think that's an underground lake. So we may not be able to use this little inlet over here. That's okay. Let me undesignate all this stuff real fast, and we will go in from right here instead. I'm gonna make a little cut right here while I get the base started. As I recall, human beings are terrible at digging, if I remember correctly. Yeah, pretty god-awful at digging, so it's gonna take a little while before we get ourselves situated. Luckily, I can abuse the peasants as any good master would do in order to get them to work faster. You'll see my guy pistol whipping the peasants in order to make them go faster. Let me get the basics of a base set up, and when we start designating rooms, I'll drag you all back in, and we'll start talking about some of the fundamental things you need to do in early game Keeper RL in order to have a successful run. About halfway there, and I've got myself a couple of designated areas here. This is going to be kind of the inner sanctum where we put like our throne and torches and things that boost golden statues of heroes and things like that that are going to boost up our population cap. This is going to be our training arena so that anybody that's training is already at the front of the base so that if we get attacked from the outside, I don't need to muster them or anything else like that. And then we've got a number of little collaborative storage rooms over here that are underway. So after a whole bunch of digging, man.
It looks good, but I don't think I like it compared to Dwarf Fortress.
What's up, guys and gals? Welcome back to the Nerd Castle.
Thank you,
Today in the
Spider-Cat Gaming.
world of kind of indie games. From a team that was once an indie team that now has been picked up by Nacon. We're going to be taking a look at Welcome to Paradise, a zombie apocalypse survival sandbox that has been hotly awaited and has been rattling around on the top wish-listed charts on Steam for a little bit. We're going to dive in today. This is the developers that created How to Survive 1 and 2. Kind of spotty games here and there. I like the first one, didn't like the second one, so I didn't play it all together that much. So I'm kind of buckled up right now. I've got my critique hat on. We're going to see what happens here. We're going to take a look at the game if you wanted to check it out for yourself. I got a link for you down below in the description. Watch out. They're running all kinds of pre-orders and random stuff like that too that I would rather not see in like supporter editions and things like that. Game's not even out yet. Gotta get the game out first. Find out if it's good. So let's dive on in. You can also find a link to my Discord and my Twitch stream if you wanted to hang out live down there. We're going to be doing the single-player experience today. I didn't, create this character. They just have, a bunch of pre-built characters that you pick in between. There's, 12 of them. It's not that many. I would have liked to have seen, especially with how primitive the models are, to have some kind of character creator on in there, but I suppose that's life. Let's go ahead and hit it.
Are you tired of constantly fleeing? Of hiding?
I don't want spoiler. I just want to see the gameplay. Sorry.
Paradise by
The pictures looked a lot cleaner. There are smudge marks from human hands trying to get in over. There's blood all over everything. This is frankly unsanitary, sir. So we got to open up the map, and it says, "Don't die and find Bob." Isn't that really the reason why we all keep persevering? Just to not die and find Bob? All right, let's head off in a Bob-like direction and see if we can track this guy
Isometric,
down.
but has it got a spinnable
Open world it up a little
camera?
bit. Environment seems pretty good looking. Not too ugly and nasty. Is that zombie right there? Is that one of the ones that's cool? Or is that zombie kind of a dick? Let's find out. Zombie? I believe they're dicks, I think is the answer to that question. Okay, a little bit of damage done. I don't suppose I have a dodge roll. I do have a dodge roll, so that's nice. A little bit of cleave right there. I actually would have really preferred to see the attack animation combo in kind of a hack and slashy way. The way that they've got it set up right now, there's no forward movement while you're swinging or anything else like that, and so it feels chunky by comparison to the movement speed you're previously going at. It does have a little step to it though. Some scrap right there, ripped cloth. That one seems like it doesn't want to hurt me. But that one's got a hat on. That one's got underpants on, which is a blessing. I don't think I need to see zombified genitalia. I feel like that's unnecessary to the overall trajectory of my survival experience. Looks like we're leveling up as we kill zombies. The overturned bus. Dude, that's so many dead people. Just from flipping over? Alright. Oh, it did combo right. Maybe there's a timing too. Ow! Maybe there's a timing to it. How come it did Oh, it does. There's a timing to it. There is. So it's got okay, so it's not chunky. It's got a timing to it. And if you screw up the timing, it doesn't go off. Gotcha. Okay, that makes a little more sense.
B-48-3, the emotional support Zombot. Open the portable pylon configuration menu. Equip your Zombot with a saddle, then order it to heal you. while in combat and to collect items while out of combat.
Somebody really loved this game.
And that's it. A zombie to heal you, transport you, and collect items. There's more to life than combat.
But, like, we're putting a saddle on him, right? Does that mean I'm gonna ride him? Like, I'm gonna try to be a jerk here. Why a saddle? Like, couldn't it have been like a belt? Or like a watch? Or like a bracelet or something? Maybe I'm just the crazy person here. Where am I trying to go? Oh, yeah, we needed to meet up with B.O.B. Alright, let's head up this way and see how much trouble I can get myself into with the recently turned ravenous dead. Good stuff. I'll just finish that one off. It didn't seem super interested in murdering me, and I did get to loot its helmet. Take you out real quick. How many of the busted helmets do I need? I mean, I figure I'm gonna have like an army of zombies. I'm a necromancer player from like the Lagomancer days in Diablo 2, where a legitimate strategy was just to have so many zombies that it lagged out your opponent and you won the duel by him forfeiting. That was a legitimate strategy back in the day, bro. And I had a Dell that was ready to perform. All right, Bob, where you at? Teach me the basics of creating zombie
Because you were
serfs.
a trust fund kid.
Oh, hey, you're new here, right? Ha. I'm Bob.
So many of these
I'm
nerds
the one
are.
Who got the zombot technology.
I'm not a trust fund kid. No. Past the age of 10, I worked for pretty much everything I ever had. I get so jealous of them. They could always afford the games and stuff. I was always trying to do it all, so I would like be hustling, trying to get out like every game. Try to get rent every game.
Be back up and running. The zombie hacking. You want Zombot? I can't give
Seems
you
kind
mine.
of dumb and not really my thing, unfortunately.
What's up, guys and gals? Welcome back to the Nerd Castle. Today in the world of indie games, we're going to be checking in on Surrounded. Surrounded is one of those games that's really come into itself. You guys will know that I'm not a big fan of a lot of the games that are using Cinti assets nowadays. And if you don't know what Cinti assets are, they're effectively the way that the game looks right now. It's an asset pack that you can purchase that has a whole bunch of models and animations and rigs and stuff like that so that you can make games. And in general, I personally feel like Cinti is really, really overused inside of indie games. But this is one of those titles that tends to break the rule and actually be a pretty sick game. This is, for all intents and purposes, single-player DayZ. And the developer is patching like crazy. He's putting out content left and right. And so it's one of those games that you kind of have to cover every 6 months or so because it changes completely inside of those times. Like, yeah, at the end of the day, it's still single-player DayZ, but it just always has so many new things that you want to take a look at. So today, that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to dive in, we're going to check the game out, and we're going to see if it's something you wanted to add to your wish list or if it's a game that you wanted to pass on. If after watching this, you wanted to get the game for yourself, I got a link for you down below in the description. On top of that, you can also take a look down there, and you will find a link to my Discord and my Twitch stream. I have previously streamed this game in the past. It makes an appearance every 6 months or so when I've got an afternoon to kill, so there's a pretty strong chance you'll be able to check the game out there as well. So let's go ahead and get writing. What am I doing right now? Well, night is falling at the moment, so I may actually need to go back home and sleep real quick. But as of right now, I'm preparing to raid a major city. I've got enough equipment to where I'm starting to feel confident about my ability to go into dangerous places, And I'm not going to be able to go into even more dangerous places until I get myself a gas mask and a respirator. So the best place to find a gas mask and a respirator? Probably a place roundabout town where there's a lot of people living, so there's going to be a lot of random commercial goods. I do have a flashlight right now, so maybe we'll just like stay in. Nighttime is not actively that dark in this game. But Elwood's a pretty scary place. This is a place where you could definitely get bogged down by a lot of zombies. Survival is key here. That's what you're ultimately trying to do. So in the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see a collection of meters. And oh my god, I found a respirator inside one of the first houses. Now, this respirator is going to be incredibly important. Like, we've got to have this thing. And the fact that we just found one inside some random dumpy house that we just went through is actually pretty stellar. That solves a lot of problems for me, but that's only about half of the equation right there. We also need to find gas mask filters. I'm going to go ahead and drink that water that we found in there. I tend to, like, graze. I don't tend to, like, loot things very often. I just sort of like a cow. I just eat things as I see them coming along. Over here we've got some raw meat. I'll take that back with me to base because I can do something with that. We've also got an energy drink over here. I'll probably pop that off as well. Now that I've gotten my basic attributes taken care of, we need to kind of take a look at the city, and we need to figure out what the high value areas are that we actively want to go for. Because I don't need everything that's inside of this place. I just need some of the things that are inside of this place. Got a rifle and an M9. Okay, go ahead and take this guy out right here. It actually looks like we're having a pretty good looting day already. Oh boy, a bunch of zombies and one bugged out in the wall trying to get to me. Just what you like to see first thing in a video. You're trying to talk up a game and then there's a zombie stuck in a wall. Walkie-talkies. I think this guy over here though, he's got a varmint rifle on him and he's also got an M9. That's not the important part. The important part is that the M9 has a magazine nested inside of it. I don't really need that, so we'll move that on over to there. And the good news is I've got a car on the edge of town that I can drop things off inside of. I've put a bunch of backpacks and storage containers inside of a car to maximize my loot trips. Where's this zombie at? She's stuck on the stairs over here. This might be kind of risky, but I'm just gonna like bludgeon her real quick. There we go. Just get her up and out of the wall. That's not a fate that I would wish even on the ravenous undead, being stuck inside a wall for all eternity. Let me go take a look at my vehicle real fast. We'll figure out what we've got laying around before we attract a horde or get ourselves into trouble. Wipe you out right there, and it looks like we've got 5 lockpicks inside of there as well. Might be helpful. Not that many locks to pick in the game. There's occasionally locks, but when you find one, they've got the good stuff in them. We'll put the gun right there.
Seems boring, excuse me. Here's Nurbit.
Considering
with, I've been wondering like what an all kill run might be like on a game like Fallout 4 where you just kill everyone on survival mode. So you can survive, you just kill everyone you see except for the vendors basically.
Well, the other 2 versions of this went, it really shouldn't have taken this long to get around to the idea in my personal favorite Fallout. So here's the thing, killing everybody in New Vegas? Pretty simple and rather straightforward endeavor. After all, the concept of essential NPCs is not something Obsidian understands, which is good. Fallout 4, of course, required a mod to make the vast majority of its population killable. At the very least, that kept things interesting, as I had to make sure repeatedly that I didn't softlock myself by accidentally offing somebody semi-important before I was meant to. Now, as for Fallout 3, well, I'm not using mods for this one. Rather, I am killing everybody that the game allows. Initially,
that's all I needed to know. Everything's essential, is it?
Well,
Gamma was something
looks
I
like
was
you guys
looking
like the
at.
Stalker video. So again, thank you very much
Thank
for
you,
watching.
Owen Kung.
Like I said in that
liked
video.
and subbed your
I'll
show.
do an anomaly video if you guys like this one. I promise.
So now it's time to take a look at Stalker's biggest mod, Anomaly, and its bigger, actually it's way bigger, brother Gamma. Anomaly is an extremely unique beast, and one of the most powerful mods I've ever seen compared to the game it's modifying. Usually, mods extend their games within their engine's limitations, but to make Anomaly, the wizards who built it have created their own custom forked 64-bit version of GSC Game World's X-Ray engine, called the Monolith engine, that runs as a standalone instance from the base game series and is completely free for
Dear
you to
God,
install and run with
why?
a piss-easy setup. All you have to do is just download the mod, unzip it into a directory, and you're pretty much golden. No need for mod managers or jury-rigging it into your Stalker install to get Anomaly up and running. This thing is smooth and sexy. Gamma is a different beast when it comes to installation overhead though, as the install steps listed on the Gamma Discord makes it seem like I'm defrauding my own computer to install this thing. But that's also not as bad to install as it looks. But I'll speak on Gamma after I'm done yapping about Anomaly, as Gamma, which stands for Grok's Automated Modular Mod Pack for Anomaly, is a massive collection of over 400 Anomaly mods stuffed into one convenient package. Think of the All the Mods mod from Minecraft, if you're familiar with that. It's a good comparison. And I wholeheartedly applaud Grok and all the other Anomaly devs and contributors for the ungodly amount of man hours they must have put into developing this huge project, and getting all these mods to play nice with each other without having the Monolith engine melt down and creating elephant's foot of software crashes and memory leaks. Anomaly overhauls almost every aspect of the Stalker games to some degree, and its main goal is to be the ultimate version of Stalker, having the most content, locations, weapons, and things to do in general, which is apparent from the moment you boot up the game. Whether it succeeded in that goal seems to come down to how you enjoy Stalker, as I've seen many unfavorable posts about Anomaly and Gamma, with some Stalker players saying it deviates too far from Stalker's original vision, and adds too many modern survival mechanics, and ruins the game's atmosphere with too many tactical weapons, armors, and gameplay that leans more towards gunplay that's too refined in modern warfare to successfully capture that bushwhack, loner equipped with nothing but a rusty AK versus the unknowable horrors of the zone feel that the original games capture so well. And they feel
said it
mods
well.
like Lost Alpha do a much better job at fulfilling the dev's original vision. Is this true? Is Anomaly not real Stalker? Let's take a look. And also, quick note, I will be playing Anomaly as it comes out of the box. No extra mods until I take a look at Gamma. I want that raw Anomaly experience, as it's the base Gamma builds off of. Unlike the mainline series that introduces you to the game's plot and protagonist via an opening cutscene, Stalker Anomaly opens with giving the player a menu to craft their game from. You can select any of the 9 factions to start the game as, including Monolith. You have 1,000 points to spend on starter equipment that you'll spawn in with, which you can use to buy weapons, ammo, and resources that'll make your start in Anomaly as smooth or as painful as you want. And you also have a few new modes that I didn't really mess with, but were cool to have regardless, such as the Azazel mode, which sees you taking control of a random Stalker NPC when you die, giving the game an almost roguelike mode. Survival mode, a more gimmicky zombie apocalypse style game mode that replaces all spawns with zombies, who will slowly overrun you, making this the perfect mode for a I spent 100 days in a Stalker zombie apocalypse type video. There's Warfare mode, which seems to be a sort of reintegration of Clear Sky's faction war system, with more dynamic factions that can take over other settlements and have their key leaders and traders killed. And there's Iron Man mode, which is like this game's hardcore mode, as upon death, your character's save will be completely nuked from your computer. And if I had to guess, the average Iron Man playthrough probably lasts around 20 minutes, and I can't imagine playing this mode, as all your progress will be lost if you take just one wrong step and stub your toe on an anomaly you didn't see. And that'll probably make me angrier than a Stalker subreddit poster when you bring up Gamma. There are also save limiting modes like the Campfire and Agony modes, which will block you from saving if you aren't near an actively lit campfire, or if you have any status effects like being irradiated, bleeding, or you're hungry, and so on for some optional pain and suffering if you're really into the hardcore survival elements of Stalker. And I will be keeping these options off. This game is already pretty painful enough. I don't need the extra spanking. Lastly, you can also set the difficulty. For this playthrough, I went in Light and Centrist mode, going with medium difficulty and scavenger progression difficulty, which may raise an eyebrow, because what does progression difficulty mean? But no worries, I'll elaborate later. But for now, I picked story mode to see most of the content, and enter the zone as a loner. Once you spawn in, you'll first notice the UI overhauls, which has been modernized and looks real sleek, coming with a bunch of quality of life menu features like item tabs, and the ability to see what ammo your gun can use by hovering over your weapon, which highlights the relevant ammo types in the inventory. Sweet feature. Item condition is denoted by these green bars, and you'll notice that some items have white bars, which is how many usages the item has, which is a feature I really like the addition of, as it helps reduce inventory clutter and justifies the higher prices of items. You also notice that all electronic items now have blue bars that denote how much charge they have, which is one of the new features in Anomaly, batteries, which are just one of the several new item types that you'll have to keep track of and spend money on. If you run out of charge, you'll need to manually install the batteries into your devices to give them power again, which can put you at risk of your flashlight dying on you in a dark area or your PDA dying as you look for an objective. But the batteries are usually no big deal to buy and replace when the need arose, and they're fairly cheap compared to some of the other items in this mod. The new look menu is pretty sweet, and my one and only issue with it had to do with how it communicated my level of radiation poisoning to me, as the bar would get built up, but the icon wouldn't flash and I wouldn't take radiation damage. So I'm not sure if that built up bar meant it would take less radiation to get me sick or what. I'm still trying to figure it out. I don't think I ever will at this rate. But regardless, once we equip any items we have in our inventory, equipping clothes or newly added backpack slots will play a short animation of your character putting their gear on. But there are also no actual animations for these new interactions and item usages, as the camera will just shake around to simulate our character's head moving and some relevant sound effects will play as if they were putting on clothes, eating or drinking, or healing. But this is something that Gamma directly addresses. The worst of these animations plays after chugging vodka, as your character's head will jerk around 90 degrees to simulate them shaking their head in disgust after taking a shot of nasty-ass zone vodka. It's not that big of a deal, but it was extremely jarring to watch my POV swing around like this. I appreciate the addition of these animations, as they're attempting to make the game more realistic and immersive by forcing you to wait a few seconds to use an item as you would in real life. But it starts becoming pretty obtrusive in the middle of a firefight, as you have to hide and cover for several seconds staring at nothing, waiting for the 10-second long first aid kit animation to end and give you access to your hands and weapons back, as they're completely inaccessible during the animations. But outside of these interruptions to the combat flow, I don't mind these animations at all. Once we strike out from this starter shack, you'll notice that all the sounds have been updated to a much higher quality. So no more 2007 compressed sounding footsteps, and no more interdimensional whooshing sounds when cycling through your inventory. Rest in peace to the stalker whoosh. We've been through a lot together, and I'll miss you, friend. This goes for pretty much every sound effect except for the PDA jingles and quest updates, which I'm glad stuck around. They're pretty iconic sounds. Also, Anomaly uses Fallout 3 and New Vegas sound effects for ammo and moving items around inventories. I'm not sure if that's fully legal or not, but hearing those classic crunchy ammo sounds made me soy pog for a sec in real life. And they even have the ominous wind blowing sound effect from 3. Anomaly also itemizes pretty much everything in the game, so items that were previously taken for granted like headlamps and knives are now separate items that need to be equipped and maintained. Even the PDA itself is now an equipable item, and instead of being a menu, the PDA is now an item the player physically holds in their hands, and your character's thumb will move and click buttons in sync with you using the mouse on the PDA. And I think this is a really damn cool new feature that, although small, adds so much more to the immersion of Anomaly, even though it can be a bit unwieldy at times, as you can right mouse button to zoom into the PDA, but it only works one way, and you can't zoom out until you put your PDA away, and I wish that right mouse button would just toggle zoom in and toggle zoom out, as the view of your PDA zoomed out is pretty small and hard to see, and your movement is locked into whatever direction you were facing when you're zoomed in. It's a small nitpick, but it adds up over time, which is something the game is not very friendly to say the least. But anyway, not only does it itemize pre-existing things like the PDA and the headlamps, it also adds a massive amount of new items, from crafting materials, to ammo components, to even inconsequential clutter items like watches, personal photos, notebooks, porno magazines, instruments, and so on and on and on. My favorite addition is that smoking is now a feature, and you can light up Russian cigarettes, Lucky Strikes, Marlboro Reds, and even joints, complete with the classic joint PNG image. Fucking incredible. This is what modding is all about, baby. It's pretty hilarious to be able to kill a mutant dog and sell its body parts in exchange for a pack of Marlboro Reds. But these inconsequential items really add another human layer to the zone, and it makes the NPCs feel more like real-life people trying to eke out a life in the zone, and are holding on to creature comforts for moral support. And I think a joint would help a ton to ease your nerves in this dangerous shithole. Another itemized addition I really liked was how each NPC will drop their faction patch on death, which can be sold for extra cash or used to complete quests. And I felt like this was a little unofficial bounty system in the game, and I really liked ripping off patches and banking them for cash. By the end of the Living Legend questline, I had like 90 monolith patches in my pack from the obligatory small towns worth of them I killed at the end of the questline. Let's move on to gunplay, which has been tightened way up for Anomaly. We can hunt some hogs with Fnatic the tutorial man here. He's now the rookie wrangler. Wolf got a promotion as Sidorovich's bunker guard, and this is where I got my first taste at combat. Anomaly's combat still maintains those brutal stalker gunfights, where bullets to both you and your enemies are extremely devastating, and headshots are pretty much always a one-hit kill, unless your opponent is heavily armored. The biggest difference here is that weapons are much more accurate and true to real-life weapons, and although I really enjoyed the mainline series' gunplay, going from starting with guns that were so weak and inaccurate that several players thought that their bullets were literally disappearing from the game, to guns that more or less hit where you're aiming at from most distances was a breath of fresh air. It felt like that first moment when you step off a musty plane after 7 hours and take in that fresh and warm Hawaiian air. It's sublime. But this advanced accuracy goes both ways, and enemies are much more deadly and accurate, even on medium difficulty. Getting hit has been made a lot more impactful. Literally, your character will recoil in pain when getting hit, and sometimes bullets can hit you so hard they make you drop your current weapon, which is pretty annoying to have to pick up your gun off the ground like Velma when she drops her glasses, all the while you're getting hammered by enemy gunfire. But if you lose your gun, it's probably curtains for you anyway. And if you take a big hit and are close to death, your vision will start fading in and out, and you start swaying as your stalker's digital soul is leaving their mortal coil and barreling straight towards the gates of hell. And usually if I got down to that state, I would usually decide to just give up and do the mannequin challenge until I'm mowed down and try the encounter again, as it was usually just the best option, as you'd have to burn expensive healing resources to bandage up and use a medkit, which thankfully did not go for the clear sky method of making you mummify yourself to stop a mild bleed. Instead, only 1 and at most 2 bandages are needed to stop the bleeding, but this is offset by bandages becoming more scarce and way more expensive, but it's still miles better than clear sky. And the bevy of new items gives you way more ways to heal, as you can use stim packs, morphine shots, and tourniquets to heal and stop bleeds. And using these new healing items usually comes at a hit to your food or drink levels, as apparently spiking morphine into your arm makes you hungry as shit. Attachments are now more common, and there are several attachment types for both NATO and Warsaw Pact weapons, and it's really cool to take a scope or silencer off an enemy weapon and attach it to your own. I threw this red dot sight on my refurbished AK, and felt pretty satisfied with myself, so that's pretty sweet. And finally, thanks to this new, more realistic accuracy and a wider range of scope types, iron sights are much more viable now, and don't just have the gun model take up 30% of your POV without improving accuracy at all. And you'll be wanting to aim down your sights to check out these updated gun models and animations, which are both great. But hip firing is still as accurate as it was in the mainline series, and you can still use it to suss out faraway enemies, as the crosshair turns red when hovering over an enemy at any distance. The gun models and textures look great even by today's standards, and the new animations are smooth and modern, from the way weapons sway in your hands to the smooth reload animations. It's incredibly well done and really pulls the stalker guns and animations into the modern era. A big part of my enjoyment of Anomaly was just getting the weapons from the previous stalker games to see how their models and animations have been improved, and how good they feel to shoot. Fnatic and I take on these hogs, and be careful, it's pretty tough for a tutorial battle. There's like 3 of them, and the hogs are on the tankier side as far as mutants go. So stay behind Fnatic and let him spray his AK to do most of the damage. And once they're all dead, you can pull out your knife to loot the bodies for some randomized mutant loot. Mutants in Anomaly are pretty interesting, and it's one of the aspects of mainline Stalker that Anomaly tries to fully restore. Anomaly reintroduces several cut mutants like the gunless, more stereotypical zombies, the mutated lynx-like cat mutants, the long-armed Victor Wembanyama looking fracture mutants, a Karlik Gremlin Man mutant, and the scariest of them all, the Lurker, a frog-tiger hybrid thing that can power dive your ass from several meters away. It's fucking crazy. Killing these mutants also now allows you to skin them to harvest their meat and other mutant parts with a knife, as long as your knife is in good condition. This is a really great feature, and it gives the player a reward for downing a mutant and expending their ammo, as you can sell the mutant parts for a modest sum of rubles, or cook their meat for food, letting you offset some of your ammo losses, as ammo is pretty damn expensive in Anomaly. Some mutants will require more than a few bullets to kill, and they move quick as fuck, so you're definitely bound to whiff a few shots when fighting them. My absolute favorite thing about the new mutants is when you go to skin a cat, there isn't an official portrait for the mutant. So instead, the mod devs used this picture of a regular ass cat and photoshopped a massive gash on the cat's chest. I love it. Whose poor cat is this? But overall, these are some great additions that make the mutants more varied and provides mechanical motivation to hunt and harvest their parts beyond just killing digital abominations for the hell of it and watching your mutant kill count number go up. Once done with the mutants, Fnatic leads us to a nearby anomaly and gives us the rundown on artifact hunting, which has also been tweaked. Each map area now has several anomaly locations, much like Call of Pripyat's maps. Also like Call of Pripyat, each map now has highlighted areas of interest, and instead of them being all available at once, you have to discover them like you discover places in Skyrim. Which I like, of course. My Bethesda poison brain always gets tickled when I discover a new location, and it provides even more reason to just go out and explore the zone. Mechanically, artifact hunting remains unchanged. You still just have to whip out your detector and dodge anomalies to find your artifact, but bolts are now finite, itemized, and weigh 0.01 pounds. So that's just another thing you have to remember to keep a solid, but not too heavy supply of on hand. The biggest change has been made to the artifacts themselves, which now come in 2 types, active and inactive. Inactive artifacts do not emit radiation, do not provide any stat modifications, and pretty much exist only to get sold off for rubles, although they are much less valuable. The game itself even marks them as junk items. They're easier to find, being visible from any distance, and don't need a detector equipped to pick up. Active artifacts are your more typical artifacts, emitting radiation and providing stab bonuses, but to get those stab bonuses, you can't just throw the artifact on your belt like in the main series. Silly stalker, that'll beam radiation right up your Tuscano and melt you from the inside out. So, to equip one, you have to put it in an improvised or an advanced application module, which you can find on bodies or in caches usually, or you can receive some as quest rewards. The anomalies themselves always feel dangerous, and it's always a little puzzle to figure out how to reach the artifact without dying some horrible violent death. But after a while, it does start to become a boring routine to check all your usual anomalies to see if the emission RNG gods were kind enough to bless you with an active artifact. The worst of the anomalies are the psionic ones, as for some reason, when you take side damage, which is represented by the yellow top bar, your screen will be almost unusable as your stalker will see this admittedly cool, but extremely disorienting double vision, and if you lose all your side protection, the screen goes black and your character offs himself, which is pretty damn cool and pretty damn grim. The worst part of this psi fuckery though is that our psi health regenerates comically slow. So more Subway Surfers it is while I wait minutes for my stalker to recover from almost losing his mind, as combat is an absolute wash when side damaged. You can't see shit. So you won't want to travel when geeked off the side beams, as you might accidentally run into a mutant or any hostile stalkers, or you might trip on an anomaly you don't see and get yourself nuked off the zone. But back to artifact hunting. If you find and pick up an active artifact, you can't just let that shit sit in your inventory. You'll need to put the artifact in a lead-lined metal container, as your stalker will die from radiation exposure if they just have it sit in their back pocket, and you'll grow a massive tumor on your left ass cheek as you take your long hike to the closest scientist vendor to sell the artifact off for maximum profit. These new features and added steps make artifact hunting a more drawn-out process, and is designed to make you plan out your artifact hunts, as well as limiting you from grabbing a bunch of valuable artifacts and selling them off for massive ruble stacks that go higher than the Brain Scorcher, as a lead-lined metal container with an active artifact inside of it can range anywhere from 4 to 8 kilos, which, for a stalker item, is fucking heavy. Anomaly is very interested in keeping progression a slow burn, and this is just one aspect of that design, but I'll talk more about that as I go on. Also, active artifacts are way rarer than the inactive ones. In my playthrough, I'd guess around 80% of the time you'll find an inactive artifact at any given anomaly, and the other 20% are those rare times when you actually find an active one, and you'll be flush with these anomalous paperweights. Detectors are pretty much the same besides how much more expensive they are. The high-end Velez detector costs over 30,000 rubles, and the other difference is how they're tied to progression, as lower tier detectors have out-of-date anomaly databases, which prevents the more valuable artifacts from spawning until you get the advanced detectors, and this is just another of several ways that the game captures
4K.
cash intake. Emissions
Nice.
are also back to refresh anomalies and maps.
Make some
and
money,
the game
too.
still makes you sit and wait out the emissions for a few minutes each time. More Subway Surfers. But the updated effects the emissions give off are huge, and your screen will be shaking violently from the energy expulsions. And when the emission is over, the air outside and the skybox look fucking sweet.
Your skill
It's
has
the best form of
increased.
the emissions yet, and it really makes the zone feel more powerful than ever. But back to the tutorial. With the artifact in hand, we can sell it off to old Sid for some nice starter cash. But I'd recommend you wait to sell the artifact until you find a scientist like my dog, Professor Sakharov, or Herman, who I don't like as much. It's just his lips. He's too saucy. Vendors are now more dynamic and specialized in anomaly, as certain vendors value certain items more than others, and vendors also take your factional reputation into account. And it's an interesting guessing game to try to figure out how to maximize profits by seeing which vendor is the biggest gooner, and who will pay the most for Russian Playboy. There are more types of vendors now too, with vendors like medics and cooks being added, which has the unfortunate side effect of making the barkeep now only sell food and drink related items, like an actual barkeep. You sadly can no longer go to the 100 Rads bar to buy a bottle of Cossacks vodka with a side of fully automatic NATO IL-86 from him. Damn, he was my favorite vendor in Shadow of Chernobyl too. But the vendors are also Anomaly's biggest gatekeepers, and are the bottleneck to the game's progression. You're at their full mercy here. It seems that the ruble has been hit by some pretty nasty inflation since the mainline series games, and all items have had their prices jacked way up. 100 rounds of rifle ammo will run you over 10,000 rubles. Decent guns and armor will usually always be over 50,000 rubles. The higher end exosuit armors being well over 100,000 rubles, and healing items will be a few thousand rubles a pop, every time. You'll be making more rubles than ever selling artifacts, items, and doing an endless stream of side jobs, but you'll also be spending more rubles than ever on restocking your ammo and healing items, and buying food and drinks, and making repairs. And this inflation goes for the technicians as well, as repair prices have also gone through the roof. This AK costs over 30,000 rubles to restore, and armor quality gets melted by anomalies and taking damage, so you'll have to spend racks upon racks buying upgrades and making periodic repairs. Progression is also bottlenecked by having all enemy weapons and armor drops be in piss poor condition. Seriously, the guns seem to work just fine when the enemy's using it, but when you kill them and pick it up, its quality is like at 18%. Maybe the last thing enemy stalkers do before they die is pour a bunch of acid on their weapon so it'll be in terrible condition when I go to pick it up. Even the canonically heavily armed and well-funded factions like the Monolith and the military have gear that's in absolute shambles. It removes that immediate satisfaction you get in the mainline games when you off a powerful enemy and take his sweet gun. But I also did like the sort of potential it brings. As if you kill an enemy and he has a sweet weapon you want to hold on to, it gives you the inherent motivation to get the cash to fix it up and use it for yourself, giving you a clear goal to look forward to. And that's my preferred way of getting better weapons. I went from an AK to an F2000 by grabbing the F2000 off a Monolithian, running it back to my Cordon stash, and holding onto it until I had enough cash to pay the technician to repair it. It was super satisfying and allows the player to acquire a wide range of guns at pretty much any time during your playthrough, just as long as you got the cash to repair it. But back to technicians. Their upgrades are pretty pricey as well, and these technicians still need tools like they do in Call of Pripyat, but they'll pay well for tools based, which are easier to find, usually being found in stashes. These prices are here to make sure that the game's progression chart stays logarithmic, and that's by the dev's own admission. And Anomaly almost has an MMO/Destiny 2-like progression to it, and no matter what, money will be grinded and hours will be burned, but the payoff of better weapons and armor is more than worth it. Just be aware that Anomaly may be free in terms of money, but you're not paying with your money to play Anomaly, you're paying with your time. But this is all modifiable, and if you don't vibe with the slow burn progression, you can always jack down progression difficulty to Tourist and save a couple hours. From Sid, I'm just gonna call him that from now on. I keep butchering Sidorovich's name and I say it in multiple different ways. We can get started with Anomaly's main quest and a dynamic quest line, which is seemingly a random quest line that'll point you towards important characters to do missions for, and gives you a sort of pointed tour of the zone and its factions, some easier to reach than others. This dynamic questline seems to be no more than a randomly generated Bethesda-esque Radiant quest of sorts. And fairly early on, I ran into an issue with the quest when I was pointed to meet with Tukarev, who is shacked all the way up in Yanov, which is inaccessible on one side due to the Brain Scorcher being back online, and on the other, the only ways to Yanov from the south are through the Red Forest and... oh god, no. Lamansk. Still traumatized from the Steph Curry Monolith construction yard, I take my chances in the Red Forest, which ended up being almost just as painful. Monolith have moved into the Red Forest and were swarming the forest in the exterior of Forrester's house, and I was having a really hard time spotting the Monolithians amongst the trees and bushes, as you can't see them through the thick foliage. But oh boy can they see you, and combat always turns to shit when bushes are involved. This was a problem in the main series too, but the foliage density wasn't as thick, so it didn't happen as often. But bushes in Stalker only have hitboxes for the player when walking through them, so some brushing leaves and stick sound effects can play. But for enemies, bushes are invisible to them, and they can shoot right through them with excellent accuracy, which makes fighting in the Red Forest make me want to rip my eyes out, because I don't need them anyway. Because although foliage in Anomaly looks great, it's thicker than your mom, and it's really damn hard to see through. And enemy AI keeps them shifty and constantly on the move to flank you, and you can bet that bastard AI is going to wiggle their way behind the nearest bush and spray you down with their x-ray vision. And since ammo was so expensive, I wasn't feeling too eager to spray into the bushes and potentially waste a clip or more to bush shot one guy. The only strategy I can think of here is to use your crosshair enemy highlighter cheese through the bush and hope those shots land. Mutants also get help from the bushes too, as the thick bushes can conceal them while they're rushing you, and you'll be oblivious to the fact that they're even there until they're chomping on your toes. But bush bitching aside, let's get back to the Red Forest. As I fight through these Monolithian goons, I ran into some members of a faction called Sin lurking in these...
Goons. It's funny how all the right-wingers say goons. Goons. Looking for another video to watch.
And this is going to be a zip file or so you want to get into Daggerfall and you want all of those delicious mods that are available out there, which do all sorts of things from graphics overhauls to gameplay improvements to immersion additions to everything you could want, and more are being created and released every week. And maybe you even started to get into Daggerfall with the Daggerfall Unity GOG cut that we helped release, which is Daggerfall Unity pre-installed with a number of mods, which if you want that, you can click the link down below, and it's free, so you can just get installed with a number of mods. More are being created and released every week. And maybe you even started to get into Daggerfall with the Daggerfall Unity GOG cut that we helped release, which is Daggerfall Unity pre-installed with a number of mods, which if you want that, you can click the link down below, and it's free, so you can just get started into Daggerfall, and it's good to go. However, because of the speed of the community, a lot of the mods that we can include in any sort of pack like that would get updates, and even Daggerfall Unity itself can get updated. So no pre-pack mod collection out there could ever really be as good as what you could do yourself. So it's very important that if you want to get into a game properly and play it long term, that you actually learn how to, at least very basically, download and install and update mods yourself. And if you're watching this video, let's face it, you don't want to use a mod manager. You don't want to install some confusing application you've never seen before and have it run things automatically and set that up, and that's just confusing, okay? If you know how to use a mod manager, you don't need this video. So, for Daggerfall Unity, it's actually one of the easiest games in the Bethesda lineup to mod, because this is not an engine made by Bethesda. Daggerfall Unity is a fan-made recreation by Gavin Clayton, also known as Interkarma, who basically rebuilt Daggerfall from the ground up in the Unity engine, and it's absolutely amazing. And if you haven't tried Daggerfall, you can just get Daggerfall Unity for free, and it comes with the game itself, because the game also is freeware, and you can play basically vanilla Daggerfall with better controls and a better engine right out of the box, and that's great. Like, if you haven't tried Daggerfall, I can highly recommend it. Also, more links below. But for mods, well, the primary source for those is gonna be Nexus. Nexus is really amazing. And up and made recreation by Gavin Clayton, also known as Interkarma, who basically rebuilt Daggerfall from the ground up in the Unity engine, and it's absolutely amazing. And if you haven't tried Daggerfall, you can just get Daggerfall Unity for free, and it comes with the game itself, because the game also is freeware, and you can play basically vanilla Daggerfall with better controls and a better engine right out of the box, and that's great. Like, if you haven't tried Daggerfall, I can highly recommend it. Also, more links below. But for mods, well, the primary source for those is gonna be Nexus. Nexus is a platform where, if you haven't seen it, it's where basically mod authors create and release their mods. And for Daggerfall Unity, there's this whole section for just that, and there's hundreds of mods at this point. And there could be all sorts of recommendations of what types of mods you should install, which collections you should do. But I think the important thing for this particular video is, how do we download a mod, where do we put it, and also how do we just do some precautionary checks to make sure it actually works. So that's what we're going to be doing today. Alright, so first thing we gotta do is open up where our Daggerfall Unity files are. Now if you use the Daggerfall Unity GOG cut, you can go to your Galaxy, and as in GOG Galaxy, and then you go to the Daggerfall Unity GOG cut page, and then at the top there's these little circles and bars up there. You can click that, and then you can go down to Manage Installation, and you can go to Show Folder. And when you click that, it brings up the folder of where your Daggerfall is installed. Now, this is very important to have open because this is where mods are generally going to be going, somewhere inside here. And if you've installed Daggerfall in another way, you basically have to just find the Daggerfall Unity folder, depending wherever you installed it. I don't know where you particularly installed it, but that's where you got to go. Wherever you installed it, you got to get to the Daggerfall Unity folder, and from there, you want to open up the Daggerfall Unity data folder, and then you want to open up the streaming assets folder. And this is where all the mods will go. There's different folders for different things, and basically when you download a mod, you need to insert the files there. Okay, so we're gonna have this put over to one side of the screen, and then we're gonna go download a mod. Okay, here we are on Nexus mods, particularly the Daggerfall Unity section, and of course with the modding community, some things are blurred out because they're a little unsavory, but you know, that's modding. But as you can see, also besides those blurred out things, there's a lot of stuff that we could get. You know, fixed desert architecture, ambient weather. Both of those are new mods which were released after the GOG cut, so there was no way they could have been included in there. So we can go ahead and find a mod to download and install, and then we're going to install it. And it's going to be very, very simple. So first things first, on this page, if you scroll down, you can see this mods section here, and you can search by latest or popular, 30 days, popular of all time, you know, trending mods, random mods, updated mods. If you've downloaded something before, you know, it'll actually say here, update available. Oh, fixed dungeon exteriors, that got an update? Okay, so here we can do 2 in 1. Cliff Worms, the author of this mod, has made this fantastic mod called Fixed Dungeon Exteriors, where, as you can see from this handy meme, the castle Necromogan used to just be a dirt mound, when it should actually be a castle, as the name implies. The original developers just kind of ran out of time. It was 1996. We'll let it slide. But, as Drake says here, the castle is better. And this recent update, I think I saw a tweet on it actually, Cliffworms. It's basically fixing, there it is, over 1,000 locales improved to be not just little mounds of dirt, but actual things. That's huge, that's so important. And it just got an update. So if you see the upload date of this video, it's, well, it's pretty much now. So, we've got to download this. Now, when you create a Nexus account, you can download all the files for free, though it will be a little slow. There's a sort of a speed cap. If you want to get faster speeds, you have to get a premium account or whatever. But for now, this is your first time. Let's do just the slow free one. Over here, you can see there's a Files tab. Let's click on that. And then here we can see Fixed Dungeon Exteriors. Now, there's the mod manager download, where if you are an experienced modder, you want to use a mod manager. But if you already use a mod manager, then, like I said before, this video isn't for you. If you want to use a mod manager, there are videos dedicated on how to set up a mod manager. Let's do it the manual way. Manual download. We're gonna click on that, and then we are using the free version. Download speeds max 2 MB, sure. Slow download. Let's click that. And then it's gonna download the file. And this is gonna be a zip file or some sort of compressed file. If you don't know how to open a zip file, I highly recommend using 7-zip, but Windows has various ways of opening it as well. So what we're gonna do is, I can just open it straight here from the Chrome download location. If you have downloaded it to a specific location, well then, open the file from there. You know. Let's open that file. And this is what we got here, right? This is the mod files. Now it says here there's mods and docs and stuff like that. Let's bring up our Daggerfall folder from before. Here it is. So this is the Daggerfall folder. and this is the mod zip file. Now, you might see that some of these folder names are the same as the folder names here. We've got docs and we've got mods. So all we want to do is click drag to select everything inside this this mod zip file here. Now, if you're using 7-zip or WinRAR or WinZip or whatever, it should look similar to this. We just want to select the two folders here and drag it over, not into any of the folders. Be careful, don't drop it in any of these folders, just over to the empty space over here and release. And now it's either going to say something or it's not going to say something. If you are installing the mod for the first time, it's just going to copy the files over. Easy peasy. If you are updating a mod like I am, like I already have this mod, but it's outdated because it just got an update. So because I'm using the GOG cut, my version of this mod is outdated. So I want to update it to get the extra locations and stuff by Cliffworms. So it's now asking me whether I want to replace the files. It's like, oh, I already have these files. Well, yes, I'm updating this file, so I definitely want to replace the files in this destination. Replace. And off it goes. There we go. And now, if you've never modded before, you have now modded. Congratulations, everyone. You are now a mod.
I've come up with a really easy character build that anybody could throw into the game and start playing nice and easy. So my goal with this video is going to be to make sure that you can play Daggerfall, so that you can start the game, you can find a village, you can start joining factions, finding quests, and exploring the game on your own without help. So if you don't have Daggerfall Unity, first thing I'm going to tell you is to make sure you are playing Daggerfall Unity. My tutorial and everything I'm going to be showing you applies to that. The original game has a lot of bugs and a lot of glitches. It's still playable and it's still good. I played it for years. But Daggerfall Unity is the way that you play Daggerfall. So if you don't have that, please install it now and I'll show you how to do that. If you already have Daggerfall Unity installed, skip this part. So you're going to go to Google. You're going to type Daggerfall Unity. It should be the first option that comes up. Now that we're playing Daggerfall, we're going to be at the main menu here of Daggerfall Unity. We're going to take a look at our settings. So there's ones on screen here you can copy if you like. A lot of them are up to personal preference. We're going to go to Advanced. You want to make sure that smaller dungeons is enabled. And we're also going to be starting in the starting dungeon at Privateer server. So if you want to follow this tutorial all the way through, make sure the start in dungeon is enabled too. The rest of the settings are mostly up to personal preference, but if you want to copy mine, I'll show you all of them here. These are my gameplay settings, interface, enhancements, video settings, and my accessibility settings. So feel free to copy those if you like. Now, we're going to play Daggerfall to start the game. Now, this is the part where you pick your race. I'm going to recommend that you go with Skyrim, the Nords, Breton, for the High Rock for the Bretons, High Elf for Somerset Isles, or the Red Guards in Hammerfell. Now, the reason I would suggest these races is because the Breton has a 30% magic resistance. That's very good for this game. There are a lot of enemies who use magic. The Nords, I would recommend them because they have a 30% frost resistance. And that's like having magic resistance in a way, but only to frost-related magic. For their bonus damage and bonus chance to hit, and High Elf because they have high intelligence, and they are also immune to paralysis. So for this tutorial, we're going to be going with the High Rock for the Bretons. But feel free to choose any race you like. This part is very important. You're going to want to choose from the list of possible classes to play. This top one, you're going to want to scroll down to the bottom, and you're going to want to choose Custom. You're going to want to choose Custom every time you make a new character. So for primary skill, Short blade, restoration. And we're going with critical strike. For major skills, we're going to be going with dodging. When they're attacking us, they will miss because we have a high dodging skill. And then we're going to go with destruction to use, fire magic, shock magic, destruction magic. And then we're going to go with mysticism for teleportation. It's very important for dungeon delving. You're never going to find your way out of the dungeon. You're always going to want to use teleportation. So for minor skills here, we're going to pick Thaumaturgy. Thaumaturgy is this magic school that involves levitation, and also the Mages Guild and a lot of temples require you to level your Thaumaturgy to rank up in their faction. So after Thaumaturgy, we're going to go with Medical.
Are you landing on them on purpose? I like that I have this, but I also don't care. Because I think it's a little too old for me. I wish they hadn't broken SKSE. Thank you, Game Cartel, for the excellent content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel. This is called How One Modder Changed the changed Watch Dogs Forever. Oh, man. The days just fly by. It's kind of funny. Got more, huh? I'm low for some reason. I have to get away from him. He'll just crit me and then bomb me. You can kill him just fine. Yeah, I want to get out of the bomb, but away from aggro. Lots of goblins that way, nothing this way. I'll just sit and rest for this whole fight. Did he sleep me? No, he's sleeping the tiger. Fucking idiot. Look how long that spell is, and he's getting it off somehow, too. No, he's glitched or something. Yeah,
Original Watch Dogs is genuinely one of the best games I have ever played.
Oh, come on. Are you serious?
Thank you. And although its graphically misleading reveal trailer did not inspire much in the way of confidence, pretty much everyone I've ever spoken to about the game absolutely loved it. From its gritty story of seeing through the eyes of Aiden Pierce as you take down Chicago's criminal underworld, to the staggering variety of side content available serving to reinforce Aiden's motives as a vigilante.
Look at that
Watch Dogs
terrible
is filled to the brim
combat.
with fun, meaningful activities all over the city. With fixer contracts, burner phones, gang hideouts, QR codes, weapons caches, criminal convoys, missing persons investigations,
Bad Grand
innovative
Theft Auto
mobile evasion
ripoff.
systems, to name but just a few. Watch Dogs
It looks
already has
good.
so much
Looks
to offer.
better than
But
Grand
did you
Theft
know
Auto,
that the
like,
game
in
was meant
terms
to
of
have
frame
even
rate.
more content? See, not only were the graphics scaled back, several features were too. But thanks to renowned modder The Silver, many of these missing mechanics have since been restored, along with a wealth of additional content that expands and enhances Watch Dogs in practically every way.
Why is
Although
there
this
a
mod has
gun
been
on a
covered
fucking
before,
tripod
countless
right there?
improvements have been made since its initial release.
It looks
With Living
good to
City,
me.
Watch Dogs in 2024 is one of the most fun, entertaining action-adventure games available today. And in this video, we're going to discuss how Living City hacks its way through the game's code to provide us with Watch Dogs 2.0.
I don't think so. Sorry. I'll stick around for a little longer, but I don't think so.
No, I don't know the house it was, but that code is dangerous.
I'm convinced there's a modded experience out there that'd probably change me. You know, Vintage Story was close, but it was still Minecraft, and I need good combat, god damn it. I kind of wish you could get a... Like, I wish New World had an offline mode. There's like a modded experience out there. I know there is that's like actually good, but I don't know. I don't know. I did not get enough heals. I'll have to sit back down. Sometimes White Mage is better, I think. Like solo White Mage is actually maybe better. Because it's like all the time I have to sit and wait when I think I would just be able to just heal all the time. But I also don't really like Kraken Club in the main.
More akin to an official expansion, Living City adds a DLC size serving of content that gradually integrates itself as you progress through the story, implementing new gameplay mechanics, missions, gadgets, random encounters, hideouts, side activities, and that is only scratching the surface. Living City blurs the line
but I
between the
don't
game's
like
action-packed
Watch Dogs, so it's like, I'm sorry, you lost me, and it's like, yeah, I don't know, modded experiences, like, what happened to SKSE? How to fix it? Like, did SKSE like finally fix? Like, I don't know. Like Skyrim, SE, SKSE. Like, right? Like, what happened to like this? Like, install SKSE. That like, right? Established to get the modding Skyrim PC in 2024. Because like, yeah, they changed everything, didn't they? Yeah, but like they changed everything. How to downgrade Skyrim SE to fix SKSC 64 and mods, because like the game was a lot better with damage numbers. It was super good with damage numbers, even on survival mode. And like I liked my modded experience, but it was so much work, and plus Skyrim won't play that well. Skyrim does not play that well with others. It's not that good. The client like sits windowed and it's fucking annoying. Like, I like my 76 modded mode, but it's still not really it. I'm not the only one here, huh? That's interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Good to know. '76 is good modded. It is good. And being able to do the new content, like, I don't know, maybe I should just play 76. I think, like I can't seem to, like, how to downgrade Skyrim SE to fix SKS64 and the mods, right? But this is, like, from 3 months ago, yeah. Yeah, because it's, like, but like, Skyrim itself as a client is a terrible client to be multi-boxing. It doesn't work well. It drives me crazy. It won't play well. It won't sit there in the background. It sits there windowed. It's fucking annoying. Oh, I broke my axe? Yeah, I guess I did. Yeah, like, this tree's done. I'm learning, I'm learning to just, like, run trees all over this and just chop them all, and then go to all the sides. See, like, all of these are reduced for some reason. I pulled from, like, all of them. Nope, no dapple wood. No dapple wood. We're looking for gray wood and white wood. Dapple did not sell. MO2, right? how to downgrade Skyrim SC and all this. Yeah, how to mod Skyrim SC. I guess so. I could go back because like the damage numbers mod changed Skyrim for me, and like and it was good, but it's still not good enough. The client doesn't play well in the background. I want like a super hard challenge. Like Horizon's good like that. Horizon's fun, but I don't want to play it like every single day. I'm glad I bought it. I actually really wanted that game for a long time, and I have it now. I can always play it. But it doesn't have the deep RPG. It doesn't scratch that deep RPG itch that I need. It's annoying. Need games that I can play in the fucking background. Mortal, Final Fantasy, and EvE. I'm actually kind of like happy with these three. Like the Immortal ended up being like, I'm glad I 6 months subbed it. It actually is like fits these other games like perfectly. It has its own pacing, exactly like EvE. But I didn't really know how good it was. I wish I had known how good. I mean, I knew how good Mortal was. I sank like 100 hours into it, way back in like 2012 or some shit. And I was like, this is a great game. I love this game. It was like actually really good. The combat was good even back then. On the crappy Unreal 2 or 3 or whatever. Unreal 3 or whatever. But, oh. My tiger's not attacking. Yep. Go. I wish it was easier to do faction warfare a little bit. Without like dinging all my stats all the time. Yeah, like it would be good to like take alts. Like if I'm ever bored, and what I'll do after I finish getting to Orca is I'll there's an evil eye. Yeah, I'll probably kill him. Yeah. I wish they had a better scroll drop list. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, and like the damage number mod changed Skyrim for me entirely. I was like, this is it. This might be the game that I really wanted to play. Like especially like learning caster. But then doing all the stupid quests over and over and over again is so annoying too. It is not a combat game. It's never been a combat game. It had so many monsters, but it's not really a combat game. It's so annoying. I wish I could find it. Like one of the things that bothers me about this game is the combat is not that accessible. You have to like go out places and find them, and it's so annoying. My dog has got 5 levels today, which is awesome. I guess I must have put the pig meat away. Is he hungry? Yeah, he's a little hungry. I could feed him, yeah. But, I mean, the loyalty is high. He's not going anywhere. The hunger could get way worse, and I could just, like, let him eat. Yeah. Now, did we win here? Yeah, we won. Okay, so 56, I mean, yeah, just go kill him while I sit. I want full health at all times. It makes me nervous. These things... I saw what the Demon Magister casts... Oh my god, you fucking asshole. The Demon Magister casts freeze, and that will kill me in the end. Like, I keep getting nervous about my health. And there's like all kinds of good enemy spawners that does turn the game into like a single player MMO, but the client doesn't do well. I guess it's like, I don't know, like a kind of like, I guess Custom 76 kind of is the game I want, but it doesn't have the difficulty. It's so annoying. Like, you can try and make the Bethesda engine do difficulty. It can't. You can't make it the AI get better. You know?
ships.
Nice, yeah, good whitewood. Yep. We're gonna get some good money off this, like another 50 gold and shit, and like, or whatever, like 30 gold and stuff. Yeah, it's good. I actually love this game now. It fits the other two games really fucking well. I think what I'm looking for is Dwarf Fortress. I just don't have the money to buy it until the first, which is kind of annoying. But that adventure mode seems really good to me, but it's also too slow. Maybe I don't really know. One of the interesting things about that adventure mode is I'm fairly sure you can dig into the mountainside just like the dwarves. I mean, you are a dwarf. You're like a dwarf, and you can just dig into the fucking mountainside and make a cave in there. You can, like, make a base in there, which is the depth that I'm looking for. I'm looking for a base builder like Rust, but with RPG mobs. Is it that hard? You guys can't seem to do it. It's so annoying. I want to be able to build a base somewhere and go out and, like, have it all the time. Like, you know, have mobs all the time. I modded Fallout 4, but it wasn't good enough, and the client doesn't play well with others. Like 76 has a good base building thing, but it doesn't matter. The base building doesn't matter because it's all stupid theme park base kind of like it's not stupid, but it's like it doesn't have that survival feel to it. I wish it did. I wish the hunger and food and stuff in Fallout 76 felt better. I wish they had made it like a harsher mode that you could do. Yeah, I'm learning to just like just take a bow wherever you just killed one. Yeah, just full heal each time. Yep. Yeah, like I like the damage numbers in Skyrim. It changed the game for me, but it means all this stupid ass backwards modding, and then I have to remember and I have to recall that fucking Skyrim SE does not play well with others. It's not a good client. It doesn't tab well. It'll play, but it has to play windowed and all this stuff, and it's a constant hassle to mod it all the way up, fix SKSE, get all those mods in there, start over, do all the stupid quests so you can even go get the spells from the Magus College and all this, and then finally get the game that you want, and then you immediately, by the time you've done all that, you don't want to play anymore. It's so stupid. I've done it so many times. By the time you do it, you get there and you're like, oh good, and then then something bad happens. Something always for the last 20 years destroys. Like, I've never had a working copy of Skyrim. Something always destroys my save. I either lose it or the fucking something. And like, I think about those damage numbers really changed Skyrim for me a lot. But it's still not good enough. It's still not good enough. It's so the difficulty's not there. I wish I had the fucking server set for the zombie mod server on Rust. And I would just play my own single player Rust server with a ton of fucking zombies all the time and infinite ammo, or at least like infinite sulfur or whatever, so I can just like spawn bullets. I just want to spawn bullets. But it's still not good enough. There's not enough mob variety. It's not interesting. It was interesting on Rust Zombies Live for a long time. It was, because it was like, you know, it had a good personality to it, but it doesn't have enough mob variety. It's weird because when you mod Skyrim with enough enemy spawners, there is enough. Like, you know, I felt like maybe like Fallout New Vegas might be good enough, but it's not. It's kind of crappy. It's like kind of crappy crashes all the time if you mod it up all the time. If you mod it up too much. And plus SKSE broke, so it has the exact same problem as Skyrim. I can't make Bethesda into combat battlers. I've been trying and trying. I don't think you can. I keep looking for sandbox PvE, like sandbox PvE combat. But in this game, he didn't do he put too much link in it, so it's not interesting to me. And anywhere you go that's actually worth something, it is plagued with PvP. So this game doesn't really have the combat that I'm looking for. I'm not really sure why I'm messing with it as much as I am, except for how passively you can play it. You can like play this game so passively. You can just let it sit there and farm wood all goddamn day. It doesn't matter. There's nothing to really stop you, especially if you're at the town where the guards protect you. There's nothing to stop you from just getting infinite money, essentially. But I mean, you know, Horizon Forbidden West is so close to the game I want, but it doesn't have that MMO world to it. You know, like I guess I should take another look at like Project Gorgon, maybe, because it's like I own that MMORPG, and I did like it when I played it. Let's look at Project Gorgon again, just in general. Yeah, like, why is this a ridiculous MMO in a month? Like, I haven't watched this, huh? Okay, so let's make it, let's take a look at this one. Yep, Starfall. Yeah, like the taming and everything. Yeah, like I wondered if the taming had been worked on. As a tamer, this might be a really good game, right? No animals were harmed in making this video. Minor spoilers ahead.
But if those bunnies feel exploited even a little bit, I am pulling the plug.
Yes.
Project Gorgon, the MMO in which you can fight a cow as a cow.
Yeah, but the combat sucks.
There, arachnophobia, or bang an elven bard. Blending the whimsical with the woeful, this MMORPG fuses old school design with features commonly found in other genres to create a unique blend of
bad Lotro fucking inventory
not experienced elsewhere. So let's take an in-depth look at this ambitious project. Gorgon. I'm Marl MMO, and I connect gamers to MMOs they'll love. Project Gorgon is an MMORPG in early access on Steam, with nearly 2,000 very positive reviews.
Server hopping Neverwinter Nights. Oh my god.
You're the report
oh no, I'm being attacked.
Team themselves.
We recently had bad news to share with our community. We'd let everybody know 2 years ago that I was diagnosed with cancer. Unfortunately, that has become stage 4 cancer, so that is not going to go well. At the same time, we had run into some problems with money. Having enough money to continue full-time development.
That's what happened to Project Gorgon. It's sad because it was a big game, yeah.
Of course, needed to let everybody know what was here and that we
no, I'm sorry, babe. I'm terribly sorry.
We figured this out, and
makes me sad.
I expected players to be, you know, sad, sure.
I'm
but
sad.
Mostly disappointed and possibly angry that we have failed to do better with the game that we have promised them.
Yeah.
Yet this is not the end of their story. Hopes on the horizon. Yet it's up to us to decide the MMO's future.
The game did not look that good. It was kind of a bad game in some ways. It was good, but it was also bad. It had the same
MMOs
combat system that
you can be a dude yet roleplay as a female in a shared virtual environment.
Shroud of the Avatar had.
Play the character creation section of City of Heroes, then be done with the game. But some titles take projection further, enabling you to take the form of a creature, such as the infamous Chicken Run to Mordor in Lord of the Rings Online. But these modal expressions of self-representation are nothing compared to the freedom you can experience in Project Gorgon. Expand beyond the horizons of humanoid forms to transcend to the bestial. Play as the mighty pig, the honorable cow, the athletic deer.
Like, I don't know why you need this option, but...
Bat, duck, bunny, each of which is functionally its own class with special skills and access to in-game areas permitted only for creatures.
Yeah, humanoids, they have defenses against us, but if we were an animal, say a fox, or we would be able to just go visit here.
This is only the beginning, and it's just one reason why Project Gorgon is an absolutely ridiculous MMO. But animal forms are just the beginning of what's unique. For example, while a form of quests exists, your progression isn't tied to completing conventional hubs. In fact, your own curiosity tends to be the center of gravity around which your gameplay sessions orbit. Let me demonstrate. After designing your tune, your character story begins after being betrayed by a cackle of crones. Washed ashore after once wearing ornate robes, you find yourselves ordained with tattering clothes. You're on Anagoge, an island inspired from mystical interpretations of reality. A start to an MMO that only becomes increasingly bewildering. Project Gorgon is about discovery, solving puzzles and rewarding the player's creativity instead of putting them on a conveyor belt motivated by a carrot on a stick. Mixed metaphor aside, this liminal island is the perfect place to find your footing. Within the first minute, you learn how to interact with the world, eat food, equip items, defeat mobs, and loot their pockets. During this time, you're also introduced to Project Gorgon's combat that's different from most MMOs while still being approachable. We'll do a deep dive later, but by now it's clear there's no auto attack, and each foe's purple rage circle must be monitored to avoid being the victim of their special attack. Those who remember early vanilla Guild Wars 2 should recall that you gain access to new skills as you leveled learned ones. Project Gorgon is a bit similar, yet the way you learn new skills is quite different. But before we get to that, there is another important comparison not to Guild Wars 2, but to its predecessor, Guild Wars 1. One of my favorite features of that classic title was dual classing, that became more flexible once you have ascended. Project Gorgon takes this idea, yet makes it even more flexible. Instead of classes, you learn weapon or animal skills. Each skill is essentially a class, however, you can equip any two you want, and you can replace them out of combat, much like Rift's soul system. It's extremely flexible and rewards your intelligence for finding the combination that causes you to have fun. Those who enjoy old school RuneScape should also find a similar gameplay loop here. Still on the tutorial island, we stumble upon some cheese. Over at the next hill, we see a chest with some teasing pedestals. After realizing it's a puzzle that took me far too long to solve, if I'm being honest, the chest opens. Inside is a booklet on how to tame a rat. What's the reagent? You guessed it. But this also shows that Project Gorgon has an EverQuest 2 skill system in that abilities and their upgrades can be dropped by mobs, used, or sold to NPCs or other players. So now we have a pet rat and stumble upon Loara. This interaction is by far the most significant introduction to Project Gorgon's mechanics, yet many, including myself, rushed through to our own detriment. Each NPC has a relationship with you, like a mini faction system, that directly affects their prices, what skills they'll teach you, and whether or not additional services become available. It's like Black Desert Online's Amity system, if that had any depth at all. In short, you level up each NPC you encounter, and the entire basis of your progression orbits which NPCs you befriend or those you ignore. Some provide unique equipment at a certain tier of friendship, and others simply ignore you if you aren't a wolf, for example. In this way, Project Gorgon completely bucks the trend of conventional MMOs that lead you through the world in a linear way. You may meet an NPC who teaches a unique ability that completely side rails what you thought you were going to do that day. Old school RuneScape is no different. Want to kill goblins? You need a weapon, but you need ore to smelt first. And after you're done with that, you need food for healing, so you find cows to slay or fish to catch. Project Gorgon is harmonious, and those who love free-form MMORPGs would find much to treasure in this virtual world. Also, besides Laura is a locked chest. What's inside?
Skill training
How do we get in?
Ooh.
We also stumbled upon a training dummy that is immune to kinetic damage types, but
That
we
was-
only have a sword. We also looted a shield.
Ah,
that
Ice
we can
Harvesting
only
Drone
use it
5, cool.
passively. We can't dash with it yet. Note that the other combat skill we have is unarmed, and now that we have a shield, we cannot use some of the skills that require hands. Animal skills interact with such restrictions too, because a deer can't punch, right?
The deer video's so funny, watching the deer fucking sock the hunter. I fucking loved that. I thought that was so funny. He comes out like he's boxing too. The deer comes at him like he's boxing. He's like, whack, 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 whack. That's so funny.
As much speculation to share about the crones. He's unwilling to teach you another combat skill.
It's all pointlessly convoluted though. For what reason? I mean, it's not like, I don't know. It's like kind of pointlessly convoluted. Oh, it's so annoying. It's a good game, but it's not good game.
After figuring out that alchemy can bring this psychologist joy, we learned a new combat skill. Can this be used to damage that training dummy? We loot a key. Oh, this must unlock the chest near Fluora.
Yeah, I didn't like this game in that respect. I was like, what the hell? Like, this game was on a weird vibe.
What are these mappings for?
Yeah, like what?
Apparently we have to delve a dungeon to get off the island. But what's this red barrier that demands I know the number of gods in order to continue?
Yeah, and by the way, this
And
this
the
took
boss
like
turns
3
your
hours
head
too.
into what has to be a reference to GoldenEye, unless you defeat him. You get the picture. Project Gorgon is a game of twists and turns, teasing.
It was a
features,
game of
foreshadowing
basic ass stuff that didn't really go anywhere. I'm sorry, but it was. I played it. I remember. What are we doing here? Menso Baranzan and Winter and Millions Middle Earth. Server hopping Neverwinter Nights. Okay, let's do it.
What's going on, you nerds? We're back.
Oh
in another
my
episode of
god.
Neverwinter Nights server hopping.
There is 6 people in that Forgotten Realms party. Why? They in the
Two new
Underdark.
servers today. We're doing
They in the Underdark.
Sam server, Menzo Berenzin Alpha 9 CEP 27. I'm pretty sure it's 2.7. I've never seen this before. It kind of seems like this is like a separate module that someone uploaded themselves. I don't know if this is the person that actually made it, whoever's hosting it, but I'm gonna try it out anyway since I've never seen it before. And we're gonna do Yaxir's LOTR. Lord of the Rings version 8.866 underscore.
Lord of the
Sam server
Rings.
Menzo Berenzin returns revisited and revisioned. The year is 1488. The town of St. Lucia, situated on the surface above the fabled city Menzo Berenzin, has grown to a fortress town over the years where great many adventurers congregate. Is this supposed to be congregate? To test their mettle against the drought and other perils of the region. The second Sundering draws to a close with the return of Mistra, while lingering battles remain from the war on Silvery Marches, and old gods return anew. Menzo Berenzin returned.
I'm gonna skip it, guys. Sorry, I was just
there.
just doing a lot of unnecessary stuff I don't need to
There's
know.
no NPC quest here, so I guess we don't really need to like try to search for anyone to talk to. Ooh, look at this place. Whoa, this is a nice little cathedral. Whoa, look how big this iron golem is. Holy, this guy is huge. Holy crap. This man is the Iron Giant. Oh, he's looking down at me. How's it going, man? Wow. What is this place? The Arcane... Oh, that makes sense. The Arcane Arts Guild? That makes a lot of sense. Okay, yeah, so yeah, since there's really no quests here, we could probably just go exploring. Oh, I love these buildings. Yeah, are these like CEP buildings? I've seen this a few times. I like how these buildings look. Yeah, so let's check out the inn. You know, we're always looking at inns. Is there an inn here? Where are you? Delena Lanners. Impossible. Oh. You kind of seem important. Oh, you got no dialogue. Okay. What is this? Healing Shrine. Oh. Okay, yeah. Is there any, is there no inn here? You got the monastery. I'm pretty sure they didn't spell monastery right. Look at this. Look at this building. This looks nice. This is the inn. I love the doors, guys. The doors are, these are some underrated doors. There's another one that looked pretty nice, too. Alright, how's this looking? Oh, even the loading screen. Whoa! Look at this interior. Wow. This feels like a CEP interior for sure. Holy crap. This is probably one of the most inn-looking inns I've ever seen. There's even what are these called? Booths. There's booths. Look at this, guys. Holy crap. This is amazing. This is
Yeah,
a
the
10 out
guy
of 10
spent
interior.
time, yeah. Good job, good job. Wow, are there people just making Neverwinter Nights things still? I think there is, and that's insane. It's like been so long. It's been 20 years. Some people... When did people start hating Capcom? The day Dragon's Dogma 2 released. Duh. It's no Gothic 2. Yeah, Nocturnal Random review of every major RPG from the last 10 years. Stalker Anomaly, Destruction of George Not Found, Dragon's Dogma 2, Diablo but a Slow-Fight Beast, Frozen More Flares, SDM, nice. Subterranean Witcher mindset, oh god. There's not enough hard games that are actually good. It's so annoying. I keep trying to challenge my RPG thing by just doing really hard RPG stuff, and I can't seem to do it. I'm going to log these characters, I think. I'm going to log this character, yeah, because I don't need her. It's fine. how's my inventory? I'm full now. I'm gonna go, where's my pet not with me? It's annoying. Where are you? There you are. Yes, go. This will be some money. $7 gold. $29 gold. Not bad. We're up. We're up at 95. Not bad, not bad. Oops, I did not change my title, and I meant to. I thought I did, I'm sorry. I didn't change my title for YouTube here. Mortal 2. There we go. Change my title so it's accurate. There we go for YouTube. And Twitch is okay, I think. Yep, I believe it is. Good. And there we are. So it's weird. It was showing me a bunch of good stuff yesterday, but it's not doing anything today. There's like nothing today. It's weird. Because I feel like you turned that sound up on me so I can hear it really. Like, this seems way louder than it normally is. Yep. Abyssal Warp Scram. You are not stimulating me. Perhaps I should change my range from 1 to 10. Let's see what we see. 1 to 10. That is 7.8 SE. So wait, is this the way? I think it is the way. I don't know. I remember dropping down, but that might be a kind of a bad idea. There's some orcs and stuff. Yeah, we'll kill some of them. Brawling decreased to 18. Okay. Well, yeah, I haven't done it in a while. A lot of the disposable gil is good. Yeah, I bought into this one, and he sold me a game, and I returned it because it was like not that good. Zero Sievert. Let's listen to this one, I guess.
Gamma experience. What's up, guys and gals? Welcome back to the Nerd Castle. Today in the world of indie games, we're going to be diving back into a game that I always seem to come back to every 6 months or so. A little title called Zero Sievert, which is seeking to recreate the Escape from Tarkov, or possibly, I guess, Stalker Gamma experience. But make it single player, make it accessible, make it interesting, ignoring the fact that I just greased a guy, alright? I'm not a crazy person. I'm doing the intro to a video right now, and he had to go. But this is a game where you are set into sort of a Ukrainian Chernobyl zone that's full of mutants and things that want to murder you.
Yeah, but it's isometric, which sucks. Like, managed democracy, what are you talking about? No commentary, just managed democracy. What does that mean? There's a lot of good stuff like this. But this isn't it. Yeah, let's just look at this again.
Downgrade Skyrim from the 1130 update to the 640 previous Skyrim edition. Before we start with that, the first thing you're going to want to do, if you haven't already, and I'll leave a timestamp just in case you guys already did this, but you want to create your own folder to actually have instead of the program file 64. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to go to Steam, and you're going to actually click the Steam button at the top, and you're going to make sure that you sign out and exit. If you sign out and then it doesn't exit already, just make sure you sign out first and then exit. The reason why you want to do that is because when you're setting up your own personal folder, your custom folder, you don't want it to go into the program files, because that can mess up your SKSE, and it just makes it safer now that we are downgrading it from the 1130 to the 640. I've did this and it helped. Now that you have signed out of Steam, what you're going to do is you're going to go to your program files where you still have all of the Steam app. And
I don't want to do this. They killed the SKSE. Yeah, and like right now there's no solution to it. I don't know why they broke the mods. It's so stupid. I can't get my damage numbers.
Hey, my name's Tom, and today we're going to talk
Loud.
about Dying Light 2. Dying Light 2 kind of sucks. Thanks for watching. No, seriously, we're going to talk about Dying Light 1, the better game in this series by a mile. It's scarier, it's tougher, there's just years of support and DLC content ripe for the... Just, if you... I don't know if anybody eats fruit like that, but you should eat fruit like that, especially when it comes to Dying Light 1's fruit. Speaking of years of support, one of my favourite additions to Dying Light 1 is when you pause the game to open your inventory and get weapons and whatnot, time doesn't freeze anymore. It's terrifying. Zombies are more aggressive, volatiles you don't see on the radar anymore. And I love games that really offer a challenge, that make you think, that force you to use all the game's mechanics and systems that are put into place to sort of immerse you on a much deeper level. And when you have to loot the environment because you know you're running out of supplies, you're dying, you feel as if you're there. It's a lot more tangible. And today we're going to talk about 7 mods that make an already challenging game demand even more from the player, that really immerse you in the world and firmly cement Dying Light as one of the tensest survival horror games ever made. And the intention isn't to make the game tougher to such a degree that zombies are barely killable or you die in one hit. These mods don't do that, but they maybe enhance the AI of the zombies or make crafting more in depth and force you to explore the environment in ways you've never needed to before. You know, and to push yourself in order to survive. So I really hope that you enjoy this video. Dying Light is a really, really good game. It holds a dear place in my heart. You can't really see my heart because I've got skin and t-shirt and stuff. I wanted to play the game again as if I'd never played it before, and these 7 mods offer a fresh, scarier, tougher, gripping... Oh god, it's really scary with these mods. You're gonna love it.
So I wouldn't recommend it unless you have a death wish.
First and foremost, we have Night Runner mode, or as I refer to it, Dying Light 2.0. Made by Fear, the revered modder responsible for rebalancing Dying Light's Be the Zombie game mode and vastly improving the feeling of Dying Light 2's parkour in a recent update. This mammoth mod, which has been in development for several years, overhauls practically the entire game. The world is now a far more brutal place, filled to the brim with risk versus reward. From the moment you step foot in Haran, you'll immediately notice your health has been halved, and not only that, it won't regenerate at all until you invest in the relevant skill. Speaking of which, each skill tree has been revitalised and reorganised with unique branching paths containing both familiar and brand new skills, along with preview videos highlighting exactly what each skill does. Do beware though that certain abilities have been balanced to make you less overpowered and now have a cooldown before you can reuse them, meaning you can't simply spam instant escapes whenever you get swarmed. These new skill trees offer a lot more freedom in the order you unlock new abilities, and you'll need to utilise every skill in your repertoire to overcome this new nightmare. In fact, Nightmare Mode ceases to exist anymore. Every single difficulty has been renamed and rebalanced to offer a harder challenge in a number of innovative ways. Depending on the difficulty you select, volatiles spot you almost instantly, Riser's men arrive at airdrops quicker, the day and night cycle lasts longer, items are more expensive to purchase, loot is harder to come by, and your radar is only visible when standing still. But that is only scratching the surface. Regardless of difficulty level, almost every enemy type has been buffed in one way or another. Now don't worry, enemies aren't suddenly tanks with tons of health. Instead, they now have new tricks up their sleeves. Unlike other zombie types that can sprint, climb and attack you from a distance, your bog standard biter's only ability is to grab you, and Night Runner is well aware of this, doubling down on this tactic and promoting them from simple cannon fodder into a formidable force. Biters now turn to face you and initiate grabs much faster, making them easy to underestimate. And if you're unfortunate enough to get grabbed by this new breed of biter, expect a fight to the death. Button mashing your way out of a grab is considerably tougher, and if you find yourself in a biter's embrace, being overwhelmed is almost inevitable. Now on the other end of the food chain, you have volatiles. Volatiles will now spit acid at you even if they can reach you, making them a danger from any distance. And if that wasn't bad enough, they now close the distance even more efficiently by attempting to pounce on you from much further away. But it doesn't end there. Volatiles are now immune to your survivor sense and cannot be seen through walls, making them the ultimate apex predator. These enhancements aren't just limited to existing enemies, however. Several mini-boss varieties now roam the world, and while they're few and far between, they're the closest thing to a daytime volatile. When you inevitably do get injured, crafting medical supplies, or any blueprint for that matter, is a lot more in depth. Firstly, you'll need to learn the appropriate survival skill before you can even begin crafting, and then you'll need to find a more realistic assortment of components than is required in the vanilla game. Newly implemented crafting boxes are a fundamental component required to create many of the game's blueprints, and are somewhat of a luxury item. They're not super rare, but you won't be crafting an abundance of items back to back, making gameplay a breeze. In fact, the entire loot system has been reworked, with new loot containers such as trees and barrels containing unique components. And items in general are now found in places you'd expect them to be. No longer will Haran's residents store saw blades and laundry baskets, and you'll now need to loot, purchase or craft weapon toolkits before you can repair your weapon, becoming one of the most valuable sought after items in the game. This new depth to blueprint crafting incentivizes you to explore the environment, visit new locations and take on tougher foes, and you'll find yourself interacting with the world on a level you've never needed to before. You will struggle to survive, but numerous tools of the trade have been implemented to even the odds, such as poisonous firecrackers, entirely new weapon types, oxygen tanks to let you breathe underwater, and so much more. Night Runner mode makes Dying Light more akin to an RPG, and finding a rare item or unlocking a useful skill is much more rewarding. Instead of drowning the player in Survivor XP, quests now offer entirely new rewards for beating them, whether that's weapons, blueprints or consumables. This makes gameplay far less repetitive and predictable, and you never know what you'll stumble upon. During your travels, you'll notice the weather is a lot more unpredictable. There are now over 100 weather variations that can occur at any point, engulfing Haran in dense fog or deafening the nearby moans of zombies with pouring rain. This may tempt you to take shelter inside and venture into a quarantine zone, but in Nightrunner they are even more inhospitable, and are ranked from 1 to 10 in terms of difficulty. The moment you step foot inside a quarantine zone, you'll become infected and receive a debuff depending on the difficulty ranking, turning quarantine zones into mini roguelikes. Your movement speed might get lowered, your vision blurred, firearms disabled, and so on. But like I mentioned earlier, this is where risk versus reward comes into play. For those of you that do take on the challenge, you'll have access to Quarantine Zone exclusive Lunatic chests, which store some of the best items in the game, including never before seen quarantine tokens that can be converted into high level loot. But it's not just the base game that's been altered, almost every single DLC has too, including the Bozak Horde and the following, making these expansions even more expansive and catering to players who have seen everything the base campaign has to offer. Bosses, challenges, objectives, waves and rewards have all been overhauled, including one-of-a-kind unlocks only obtainable by achieving certain feats. Nightrunner mode also hosts a number of subtle but surprisingly impactful changes that breathe new life into the game. Gone are the days of airdrops predictably containing flares and medical supplies every single time. There are now 7 unique bundles, each containing varied and life-saving loot such as firearms and food. Food of which is no longer consumed on the spot and is now stored in your inventory for whenever you need it, making Nightrunner mode's grueling gameplay slightly more forgiving. Human combat has now been streamlined now that enemies won't parry your attacks anymore. Whilst this does simplify combat somewhat, parries were purely based on random chance and didn't make combat tougher, just time consuming, and is personally a welcome change. Lockpicking has seen changes too, and after unlocking very hard containers such as police vans, they must now be forced open with a button mashing minigame, adding another layer of desperation to looting as zombies continue shambling towards you. Fortunately, to ease the repetition of seeing the same animations over and over, opening containers has been sped up to maintain the flow of moment-to-moment gameplay. Now there is so much more I could talk about, but I'd rather you experience Nightrunner mode for yourself. In my opinion, it's the way Dying Light was meant to be played, and I cannot emphasise how much this mod builds upon an already solid foundation in creative, surprising and terrifying ways, whilst retaining the essence of what makes Dying Light so special in the first place. If you're after a hardcore survival experience, Nightrunner mode is exactly what you're looking for. In fact, all of the mods I discuss going forward are intended to be used over the top of Nightrunner mode, and I have included compatibility patches for every mod in the description below. From a story perspective, when the events of the following take place, enough time has passed that the infection has begun to mutate. This horrific disease is now capable of transforming biters into nightwalkers during the day, and is a shocking sight when you spot something that should be shambling towards you now sprinting at full speed. As someone who loves being challenged in games, I recently took it upon myself to see if I could speed up the infection and bring it to the base game's timeline. Now this was already achieved by the fantastic modder Doc on Holiday in his I Am Legion overhaul, among many other improvements to the game. However, I wanted to see if I could implement this feature from scratch, so I spent several days banging my head against my desk figuring this out, and the results are absolutely terrifying. Especially when you download the version that doesn't just mutate biters, but ignites them. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, this is a really bad situation to be in. With this mod, any biter has a chance to mutate in front of you, which makes exploring horde-infested areas such as the Infamy Bridge that much more unsettling and life-threatening. If you're fast enough, you can finish them off with a single strike, or distance yourself from them before they turn. During mutation, biters are blinded for a brief moment, meaning you have a window of opportunity to hide. Once they finish turning, they won't suddenly know your location, even if they saw you beforehand, adding an element of stealth gameplay during the day, something usually reserved for after the sun goes down. Now this mod might not be for everyone, but it makes a DLC exclusive feature able to occur anywhere, adding a new type of threat to the streets of Haran and encouraging you not simply to run or fight, but to hide. Inspired by the film The Night Eats the World, which has a particularly frightening take on the undead by making them absolutely silent, this mod makes sound, or lack thereof, the biter's biggest strength by significantly lowering their moans and groans. In the vanilla game, biters become increasingly agitated as they approach you, and because they're technically still alive, will make distinct noises when being attacked, being set on fire, and even when falling from heights. Silent Bite strips what little soul they have left, turning them into lifeless husks. They no longer yell in pain whenever you defend yourself, instead producing a barely perceptible breath, From a purely atmospheric perspective, this makes the environment incredibly oppressive, offering absolutely no comfort and feeling like a truly dead world. Hordes of zombies, no matter how large, are barely audible, and seeing hundreds of lifeless but somehow still standing bodies in the distance instills a feeling of dread like no other. From a gameplay perspective, zombies no longer make their presence known, and all you'll have to rely on to know there's danger close is by listening out for their footsteps. Their silence is deafening, making looting and lockpicking way more tense, and you'll find yourself triple checking the coast is clear before you take your focus off what's around you, or at least you should. From a lore perspective, it really reinforces the fact they've been infected long enough for the virus to utterly consume them, and I've personally jumped out of my seat several times since making this mod. Although I wouldn't necessarily recommend it on a first playthrough, it offers a fresh take on the standard formula, and I'm pleasantly surprised how well it works both from a difficulty and atmospheric perspective. As I mentioned earlier, volatiles are Dying Light's apex predator, but are the only enemy type that doesn't instantly recognise you as a snack. Not only that, your character has a sort of sixth sense when it comes to volatiles, and is immediately able to tell whenever a volatile is looking at him and from which direction. This balancing gives players time to break their line of sight before almost certain evisceration, but something that always took me out of the moment was the sound effect that plays whenever they spot you. I totally get why it's there, but after playing Dying Light for over 100 hours it started to get a little repetitive. Split into two parts, sound and sight, whenever you enter a volatile's cone of vision, either the warning sound will no longer play, or the icon pointing in the volatile's direction will no longer display. And if you choose to install both, the only way you'll be able to tell is by listening out for the volatile's distinct guttural growl whenever you get close. Because the icon is removed, not only won't it inform you which direction you're being observed from anymore, but you won't know how long you have left to hide until the volatile decides to make you its next meal. A couple of years ago, modder grew more.
Trying to think of like other challenges and stuff. Other places to be. On the 2nd, they're doing the Slayer script for New World, and that'll be an interesting change. Could return to my Iron Man, but like Iron Man sucks. Like Iron Man, like if you die, it's over. And I got far, but it gets close sometimes. Game's fun when it has a challenge like that. Yeah, I think I already checked this one. Oh, no, yeah, I already did that one. Oh, that's the sewer, is it? Oh, that's the sewer, huh? Right outside underneath, huh? Maybe I should go in there. I don't know. Could probably lose my dog doing that. I don't know. 76 will play like that if I do it specifically like that. '76 won't play the same time Mortal will. Maybe I should sit and rest, actually. So EvE server went down. $59. No bid. I think I will change some settings on 76 and do that Atlantic City content. I could change it a bit, yeah, and mutate everything. Mutated flora and fauna, yeah. No, you can't do the mob spawner in 76 because it makes it impossible to go AFK, which is annoying. I guess you could always sort of warp out. You could always warp out.
The original.
Back to the drawing board. Check out Swordhaven, Iron Conspiracy. Let's listen to Mortismal Gaming. Here's a brand new video from 12 minutes ago.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you a video about Swordhaven, Iron Conspiracy, an NDC RPG from indie studio Atom Team, the people behind Atom RPG and Atom RPG True to Grad, its standalone expansion. Those games were heavily inspired by Fallout, and this time around, Swordhaven is a more classical fantasy take inspired by the likes of the Infinity Engine titles, though with the prominent difference that this one is going to be a bit more grounded in the everyday until magic slowly unfolds over the course of your adventure, and thus not quite so high fantasy. Now, the first thing I want to tell you about Swordhaven is a little bit of background on the title. I'm able to bring you this video and footage on it because there is currently a public demo available for it. You can go check this demo out for yourself. I'll try to link the Steam store page if I remember to do it down in the description below. But the reason that demo is out is because there is currently a Kickstarter campaign going on for this title. Now, as a general rule, I do not endorse Kickstarter campaigns. I've backed plenty of them. They can be volatile, sometimes they don't always work out, and thus endorsing one is not something I am willing to do.
More isometric. Oh, damn it. Excuse me. Popcorn. This isn't it. I'm gonna look for another game. Hard. Damn it. I can't think of it. I can't think of what to say. Hard RPGs, right? I don't know. Top 10 hard but fun games, yeah.
I call it the video game. It is designed so no one over the age of 13 will ever finish.
In the old years of 1980s, video games were still a new form of media, and with that, there needed to be some sort of gravitas to them in order for them to be worth the insane price points they were going for at the time. Hence, most developers made them super difficult to entice players to come back and try again and again to beat them. Also helped that it made arcades super profitable back in the day. Nowadays, with games becoming longer and longer and accessibility being as important as story and gameplay, games tend to be much easier to entice a larger audience.
See, what some people call accessibility, I call being a filthy casual.
Yeah, I said it. I want a challenge. I want brutality. I want games that'll kick my butt and have me laughing and or crying the whole time doing so. Hence, our current countdown. Okay, the rules. First, we are looking at how hard a game is, plus how fun and rewarding it is to play through them. The game will constantly kick your butt, but you just don't care because you're having a good time. When you die, it's a skill issue and doesn't make you upset. When you lose, it feels fair. Also, blatant padding doesn't count. Also, some games have spikes and dips in difficulty, so we're prioritizing consistently hard games with stable difficulty curves. Third, completing the basic game is what we're focusing more on here. Self-imposed extraneous challenges don't count.
I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. This other demon, I didn't stick the tiger on him off. They worked so hard on New World. I don't think it's going anywhere. It's just weird. I wonder if the Slayer engine will be what I want. The game goes on forever. Maybe the client will be better. I kind of doubt it. It doesn't play well with others.
Others would have to count 100% in Kirby's Epic Yarn or Nuzlocke. Lastly, these are hard games, not hard modes. It's good to have hard modes, but the base difficulty matters more. That said, these are the top 10 hard but fun games.
Oh, looky! A Soulsborne at number 10 again! Don't you just love all this variety from me?
Those who may not be up to date on the gamer terminology, we don't judge, may be wondering, what is a Soulsborne game? To sum up, Soulsborne is the nickname for the more recent action RPG titles developed by From Software games. These include the Dark Souls trilogy, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, Demon Souls, Armored Core, Sekiro, and the like. All these titles follow a pretty similar formula. Rather bleak setting, very open sense of direction, kinda loose narrative, usually the scenery does most of the storytelling for you, and of course, they're high difficulty. What really makes these games challenging is how their combat is based mostly on stamina, being able to cover your flank and waiting for the right time to go on the offense without leaving yourself wide open. Souls are generally your EXP in these games, and when you lose souls upon dying, but you have a once per death chance to get them while dying. Since souls are both money and experience, it gets costly to try and stay alive. Kind of coincidental that most of the lore behind these games involves dying and respawning.
Cowards die 1,000 deaths, while heroes die but once. Unless they're playing video games, in which case heroes die a lot too.
They knew exactly what they were getting us into. If the actual difficulty wasn't hard enough, you could easily get thrown up by the dark and oppressive atmosphere. You don't come here to feel powerful. You come here to overcome hardships. If you expect something to go easy on you, yeah, you can just keep dreaming, because around here, you're fair game. Honestly, any one of From Software's RPGs almost defines this list, so we can't really leave any of them off in good conscience. However, if you have to hold us down and force us to choose which game we feel has the best hard to fun ratio, we might have to go with Bloodborne. Along with some of the freakiest monster designs, this title is faster paced and forgoes shields. You can't turtle your way out of this one. Plus, I just kind of like this one more. Oh, I know what you're thinking. Oh, Josh Scorcher is biased.
Yeah, I'm biased. Never made it a secret that I'm biased. Guess what? Everyone on the planet is biased. Oh, what next? You're gonna tell me that my sense of humor rips off the nostalgia critic? Oh, wow, great sleuthing there, Sherlock.
Wow, how do you get that good?
The reason the Soulsborne games are this low on the list is that after a while, it becomes possible to cheese them if you know how. A lot of the enemies have a giveaway for when they're about to attack. However, that's not to say it's going to be a cakewalk, nor does it diminish the amount of fun you'll have. Just maybe play these games with the lights on. Trust me. I'm sure most people are fully aware that Metroid isn't the easiest franchise to get into. The games will expect you to get accustomed to every trick the games would pull out of their sleeves. Those who came unprepared are sure to get their butts fried by the magmas of Norfair. Out of the 2D Metroids in particular, the one that's highly regarded as the hardest of them all is Metroid Dread. This is the game that really pushes the suspense level of the average Metroid game. Between the tough enemies, intricate puzzles, and new power-ups that give even veteran players a new facet to get accustomed to. And on top of all that, this game is home to the Emmy, invincible enemies constantly on the prowl for any sign of movement or sound. They can ambush you, kill you instantly, and you only have a sliver of a chance to escape if they catch you. They really sell the atmosphere and are exactly what put Dread in the name of the game. Now, despite everything I said, I still can't put this game any higher. This might sound baffling to some of you, but compared to the other games on this list, Metroid Dread is not that hard. The game leads you on a fairly
I'm sure
linear
compared
path,
to what
so
he's
there's
going to
rarely
say,
an
that
issue
it
with
isn't.
getting
I bet it
lost,
isn't.
given the lack of open-ended backtracking. Plus, any Metroid player worth their salt would be able to get accustomed to the mechanics and patterns fast enough, especially since the game doesn't usually demand bullet hell levels of reaction timing, say the enemies. Sure, you have Dread mode to spice up the difficulty, but honestly, most of that mode is just tiptoeing around enemies so you don't graze whatever poison cloud they spawn off screen. It's more tedious than anything. But don't let that deter your impressions, however. Dread is still a really fun and challenging game. It's on this list for a reason, after all. I'd even argue this is the best 2D Metroid so far. It's fresh, balanced, and is sure to keep players coming back for the thrills. And getting kicked in the nards.
You missed me!
Imagine that, but facing a full curtain of bullets, and you have entered your own personal bullet hell. Essentially a sub-genre
Ikaruga.
of your regular shooters, but debatably twice as hard. They all do the same thing. You move around a tiny character, touching a bunch of bullets and objects moving at Mach 2 speed or something. Along the way, you may have to deal with really small hitboxes and even littler leg room. Like many things in life, what makes a game stand out is its presentation. Some of the best bullet hells prided themselves on theirs. They could have some of the most creative visual styles and aesthetics. Gritty, anime, Lovecraftian, whatever Parodius is, etc. all open the door for interesting worlds and stories. Oh, and awesome music. Usually fast-paced or electrifying that really gets into the groove of trying to swim through a sea of possible death. One of the most notable examples of this is the Toho Project series, which strays away from the usual spaceships and instead goes full anime mode. Cute flying anime girls in frilly dresses, Japanese mythology, intricate shooting patterns, cute girls again, basically all the essentials for a Japanese game. Even the music feels fresh out of an anime. Not sure what else needs to be said other than a creative, fun enough presentation goes a long way. After all, if you're going to be pelted by a downpour of bullets, might as well have some fun with some eye and ear candy. Because who knows if you'll even make it out alive. Of all the myriad of games and gaming genres, there are few that are considered as overall challenging as the turn-based strategy game. One of the most notable franchises in this genre is Fire Emblem, of course. But we're not here to talk about Fire Emblem, not at this hour, no! There is another star of this genre that needs recognition, a soldier that has braved the trenches of gaming nichdom since 1994. Today in the spotlight is on XCOM.
Oh, God.
Or specifically XCOM 2. Now, firstly, we need to ask what makes this game hard. Haha, let me count the ways. We have hit chances that are definitely lying to you. A fog of war that can hide 3 or more groups of enemies all holding hands just outside your field of vision. Sometimes suspect ranges of sight resulting in your troops ending up in sticky situations, and so much more. And that's just talking about the base game. The DLC War of the Chosen, which has a whole new storyline on top of the base game story, also brings with it a ton of new challenging mechanics and enemies. So, what makes XCOM 2 fun? The story, even in the base game, is engaging, and you want to keep pressing forward to victory. Also, you can customize and grow attached to each soldier, learning what tools you have at your disposal to overcome seemingly impossible odds and scraping out a victory by the skin of your teeth. Much like a game akin to Binding of Isaac, much of the fun is derived from taking all the game's BS and still managing to come out on top. From using your troops and your tools to their fullest and coming home alive from each mission, for some gamers, there are few things more satisfying and fun. I'm sure no one is surprised that this game would make it on here. With all the hype surrounding the game and how beautifully difficult it is, there's a strong audience who is all for the tormentous ride. Cuphead is a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up that's all about rushing through various punishing boss fights. It's really heavy on the visual, with all its characters and set pieces animated in the style of a 30s rubber hose cartoon. Pretty much a major reason for wanting to subject yourself to the grueling difficulty is to see just how far they go with these incredible visuals. And that's not even talking about how good the soundtrack is, with each boss having their own classical themed bops. And yet, when I say these bosses are difficult, I mean every word of it. A lot of these bosses demand gratuitous precision when it comes to dodging their attacks and finding the right time to deal damage. In all fairness, there's a steady difficulty curve as you stride through each aisle, and the weapons you can purchase open you to a new avenue of strategies to mingle with. So the game is certainly quite proud of how fancy and feisty it is. Does it go a bit too far? Yeah, it kinda does. The run and gun segments can be so drawn out and painful to play through, especially since there aren't any checkpoints. Not to mention, some of the boss attacks can be super bulk up and RNG heavy, which can be extremely frustrating if you're going for an S-rank completion. Yes, Calamaria, I dare gaze to you. Thankfully, a lot of those look-based issues have been patched, and with the delicious last course, the game has been retooled to adapt to Miss Chalice's gameplay as much as it does the cups. It made fights like King Dice and the Phantom Express much less aggravating. The ever-present balancing issues do knock a few points off of Cuphead, but I do appreciate just how much love was poured into this game. The effort really pays off considering lightning struck twice more with both the DLC and the cartoon show. Whatever comes in for the future of the Cup Bros, I'm sure we'll all be in for the ride.
Hey kids, you want a Metroidvania with cute insects in it? Yay! Well, good. Hope you like killing God at the end.
Hey, Allenai, didn't see you there. I know there was a horror version of Bugsnax or Bug Fables out there. Fans of Metroidvanias have been raving about the quick and succinct combat of this game, so it really shouldn't be surprising that this game is here compared to others of a similar type. One trope I see in games is sometimes the idea of feeling small compared to larger enemies. This is to show the power difference and what you have to endure to overcome these massive enemies. Heck, we literally did a whole list on bosses like that just recently. Well, the knight you play in Hollow Knight that isn't actually the titular Hollow Knight, don't ask, is really tiny. Because of this, it is more important to
Oh
watch
my
your
god.
surroundings, plan
I
your
fell
jumps
down
and
the
attacks,
hole.
and make
I'm
sure
an idiot.
you don't die.
What's each check?
Duh. But if you do die,
58,
there's a
it's
mechanic
fine.
that's similar to Soulsborne where you need to get your shade when you die or you lose money as a result. Despite that, this game isn't a Souls-like or roguelike, it's a bona fide Metroidvania at heart. Despite your small stature, the game is practically one of the fairest you'd ever play. There is a straight difficulty curve, plenty of abilities to make your life easier, but not too easy, of course not, and some of the best bosses you will ever fight. Don't get me wrong, the game is hard, but there isn't really anything about it that'll make you
All
play
these
the
things aggro
game
me.
if you die. You can recognize your failures and
Oh,
improve
I'm
upon
dead
them.
inside of
If there
5
are
seconds.
unfair fights, it's usually during the
I can't believe I
dream
fell.
sections where there isn't
It's
any
okay, I'm up
consequence for
still.
failure. This allows you to
I'm
develop
still
your
up, I'm
skills
way
with
up.
the normal bosses and then test them with the dream bosses. I know I keep going on about the bosses, but they're super good! The Mantis Lords, Nightmare King Grim, phenomenal. Well, I guess Flukemar isn't that great, but whatever. Even with these praises, because there aren't as many consequences for failure, I couldn't put it any higher. Sure, you'll lose money when you die, but you can get them back. The next 4 are either much harder or have higher consequences for failure, which can add to the fun factor depending on who you ask. But don't detract from the tight gameplay and skill needed to master this game.
Now to hang tight for the comments that Silk Song isn't out yet. Oh, look, there they are.
When you really get down to it, the difficulty in turn-based RPGs is really arbitrary. In most of them, you're pretty much invincible as long as you can heal off the damage you receive in a turn. Even the harder ones still fall victim to this. So what would a truly difficult turn-based RPG look like? Everything about this game is designed to break you. Bleak setting, terrifying enemies, permadeath, merciless difficulty. A single wrong move can easily lead to a chain of events resulting in a failed mission. And then there's one of the game's core features, the stress system. In addition to taking damage to their HP, your characters can also take stress damage. If a character receives too much stress, they have a chance of becoming an active hindrance to the party. And if they receive more on top of that, it's an instant kill. Kind of. Oh, and there's no save scumming either. You have to live with the consequences of every action you take. With this in mind, Darkest Dungeon has a real sense of intimacy. Since your heroes aren't infallible, you relate to how much everything takes a toll on them. The smaller numbers for stats and damage means that it feels more down to earth. And then there's the combat itself. While it is undeniably brutal, it's also really deep and strategic. You know how most battles in RPGs just boil down to nuking everything with AoEs? Well, you never really get access to that kind of power in Darkest Dungeon. Every single action carries so much weight behind it that you feel the impact of everything. Battles feel less like filler and more like constant struggles for survival. This is further elevated by the incredible art and sound direction, to say nothing of the narrator, who is the perfect balance between epic and over the top.
Could you imagine how neat it would be if your life were narrated by him?
Don't do this bit.
It's been a long time, but it's finally almost done.
Success is cruelly imbued, or is it merely a trick of the light?
Nice money. Money's good.
Okay, on second thought, maybe not.
You shouldn't have done it.
Alright, now we talk about Fire Emblem. This is a series that has been incredibly important to me in more ways than one. Not only is it the series that let me meet and marry my wife, but is also the series that made me angrier than a primate whenever it does something dumb! Yes, I'm still mad at Fates and Engage. You can't stop me! Considering how much I love the modern Fire Emblem games, I decided to give some of the older ones a try. And considering the reactions I got for putting Titania on top 10 crushes, I think you know where I'm going. While some of the older games may be more notorious, Path of Radiance is the game I consider to be the most linear in its difficulty curve. Yes, I know it has an easy difficulty. Yes, I know the Western version of the game got an even easier version of easy mode because even in 2005, Japan still thinks Western gamers suck. But despite that, there's still one facet of the game that will still make it difficult. Permadeath! Yeah, no casual mode for this one. Remember, the main reason I was able to get into Fire Emblem, for the most part, was the addition of casual mode FE2 onward. And while I am aware that permadeath isn't a bad thing on its own, stop adding me in the Discord, you Fire Emblem purists, the extra stress of losing your characters forever and having to restart and lose all progress if you do is a huge turnoff. Probably the same reason I don't play that many Soulsborne games. No, we're not opening that box either! The other reason I chose Path of Radiance over other games is the addition of bonus EXP.
I'm so mean.
If you wanted to grind in other Fire Emblem games, you needed a world map or to test your luck at the arena. Bonus EXP allows you to buff up your strongest units or catch up with some of your weaker ones without having to grind or risk your units. This lets you get back into what Fire Emblem is at its core. A strategy game. The choices you make in both giving EXP in battle as well as back in the base can either make or break your whole playthrough. What's that? You decided to give all your bonus EXP to Makalov and now you don't have enough for Jill and Boyd? Well, too bad. You're gonna have a bad time. Path of Radiance itself has one of the better stories and world building in the whole series. I love the characters and gameplay so much that even with permadeath, I was able to enjoy the heck out of this game. Combine that with a solid difficulty curve that will test your strategic know-how even in lower difficulties, and you get our number 3 entry. Everyone has that one game. The game that, even years later, they still can't beat. For me, that game
F-Zero.
is F-Zero GX. To this day, I still can't beat the final chapter of the story mode on normal! And then there's the rest of the game. With you literally going hundreds of kilometers per hour, a single mistake can, and often does, result in death. And unlike Mario Kart, you can't just instantly get back on the track after falling off. You gotta restart, and you have limited lives. And the tracks themselves are filled with hazards, jumps, and all manner of stuff to trip you up. Oh, and there are 30 people in a race! Many of them wanting to kill you! So with such a controller-smashingly hard game, why?
He's like screaming all the time and it's so annoying. He's like screaming, it's so annoying. I want to try another executable. I think I tried this last night, but I don't know. I don't think it went well. Loud. Ah. You screwed up again somehow. So, okay, now that you're on that screen, can I get you to go big? Oh, loud, 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 loud. Off with you. Off. Except. No, you went to the wrong screen. Damn it. Yes, but you went to the wrong screen. Damn it. Oh my god, it's so loud. The generic volume in general is like off the hook. Down, down, down. Die. Can't get this game to play on the second screen. Let's see if somebody says something about it. Oh god, it's in full screen. It shouldn't be. It's not. That's no good in full screen. Yeah, turn it on window mode again. Yeah, I don't want you in full screen ever again. Yes, keep it. And then, so that doesn't really make sense because like I should be able to drag over here, but this is way bigger than 1920 by 1080, and that makes no sense. No sense at all. What I mean. Yes, you try that. Yes, you. No, that is not right. You're like all over the place with this, and I can't get you to do it right. It's so like, I would like to play this game, but I can't, and I knew I couldn't. I like, god damn it. You're like off the screen, and it makes no sense. Why can't you get the right fucking screen? Oh my god. You're so dumb. Except, damn it. Oh my god, you suck at this. I guess it would be searching for 2 worlds, 2, and being like how to play on second monitor, right? There's a keyboard shortcut, but you can't get it to do it. Can you make it open up on the second? Alt Enter. Yeah, let's see if Alt Enter works. It doesn't. It doesn't, though. It doesn't. What the hell? Damn it, I can't get this to run. It's weird because this... It's funny because this is almost the right size, but it's not. Yeah, try that. Yes, drag it. Yeah, and it's almost like a real... It's almost a real title, but not quite. It's so stupid. You can't... extend this. You know, there's an old program I used to use for this that might work, actually. Let's go hunting for it. It's like, borderless full screen. Or no, maybe I never installed that, actually. No, I never did install that. Oh my god, loud. Go, you're too loud. You scream all the time.
What's up, guys, again?
Okay, gonna make you big again. There we go.
Welcome back to the Nerd Castle. Today in the world of indie games, we're going to be diving on into a title that I like very much. This is one of those games that has grown on me like a moss. This game is a ton of fun, and it's called The Doors of Trithius. And if you don't mind the fact that the game has kind of like Super Nintendo era graphics, I think you'll like it as well. This is a true sandbox RPG, a la something like Soul Ash or Kenshi, where you are dropped into a wide procedurally generated open world, and you're just some guy, and you can do whatever you want inside that world.
What is, Soul Ash? Or, yeah, what is Soul Ash? Let's go back. He mentioned Soul Ash. I want to see what that is. Soul Ash gameplay.
Hi there, friends. Is a very interact with them out of your ASD. You can go up layers and down layers with it. The world has lots of different levels, so there's really a lot to discover. So see here, the world's quite big. The world itself is also fixed and also offering you variations of the regions with every gameplay. Now, did I miss a spot? I don't think so. There's one thing, the skill book. The skill book is featuring all your learned skills and your consumables. As you see here, the bandage and the frost armor are consumables of mine. To put something into the hotbar, you just select it once here out of the skill book and left click it another time here, there. You can overwrite things just like that. Can do with that. Here we see a mill, so we could carry our grain over there to mill it, as you see here. Wait a sec, I'll show you.
Wow.
A wheat field over there, and because we're carrying a scythe, we could also harvest. You see, it goes really deep. So that's enough about user interface and menus. The next thing I want to talk about is how the movement here works. You already saw me moving, but Soul Ash takes the facing of your character into account. Most roguelikes don't, this one does. As you see here, there's a small blue arrow on my character, and it's moving. With Q and E, I'm changing the facing of my character, and then I can still use W for moving forward, and A and D for strafing.
My god, that's autistic.
S for moving back.
I'm sorry.
There's trade skills, there's fighting, there's now factional warfare. Cities go to war with one another, and you can jump in on a side to get reputation and things of that nature. And I think the game is rad. So today we're going to check the game out for about 30 minutes and see if it's something you wanted to add to your wish list or otherwise pass on. If after watching this you wanted to get the game for yourself, I do have a link for you down below in the description. On top of that, you can also find a link to my Discord and my Twitch stream, where you will find a 4-hour VOD of me building this character specifically for this video. We're about 4 or 5 hours in right now to this character's development, and I'm actively questing at the moment. I've got a main storyline quest right now to go down into a gremlin fortress and defeat the gremlins so that I can discover some post-apocalyptic event that's currently taking place. And so that's exactly what we're doing. When it comes to gameplay mechanics, this game's pretty simple. Make money, get new equipment, find new trade skills, find new recipes, get more powerful, and there's a lot of things to occupy your time with here. We unfortunately have a shaman and also like a warrior inside this room. This fight may go really, really poorly. This game is very heavily inspired by roguelikes, and so you're gonna find that it's actually quite easy to get yourself busted up in this title if you're not careful. Luckily, we eked out a stun right there Perfect, and we've got ourselves a little bit wounded, so what I'd like to do now is let's eat some food real fast, and then we'll just pass some turns until I get my HP on back. Right now in this playthrough, there's a bunch of archetypes when you start the game on out. Everything from druids to vagrants to knights. Some of these characters do have...
Doors of Trithius. It goes on the list. I like it. Seems good. Doors of Trithius. Doors of Trithius. I like it more than the other one. The Doors of Trithius, $15. Yep. Seems good. Yeah, it's maybe the Caves of Code that I was looking for. The Soul Ash looked good too, but it was like not, it doesn't look as good as this, I don't think. It sucks that it's isometric, but I mean, I'll take it however I can get it.
Mechanics that I do recommend taking a look at. In today's playthrough, I'm playing as a knight, and I'm specialized fully in warhammers and in sword and board combat. The knight is kind of different from a lot of the other classes because he comes with a special mechanic called oaths. And basically what the oaths do is anytime you fight a certain kind of enemies, you generate an oath. And then you've got to go to a shrine and you've got to pray in order to find guidance. And when you pray, you'll get different bonuses in exchange for your oaths. So, for example, what I did with my last batch of like 150 completed oaths is that I used them to level up my character 3 or 4 times, but I could have used them to get money from my Knights Guild. I could have used them to get all kinds of things. It's really up to you what you want to do. But some of the characters do have fun mechanics like that where they get to actively interact with the world in different ways. Skills in this title are like a Bethesda game. They level up as you use them, which leads to very, very robust characters that tend to have a lot of different skills and things they can do. I'll go ahead and break open the skill sheet for you right here. Every single one of these skills has a skill tree. These skill trees are being reworked in the next patch. The developer's been teasing it with screenshots. So all of these icons are going to get a lot less utilitarian and they're going to get a lot prettier. But every single trade skill in the game, and there are a lot of them, I think I've counted 10 or 12 as of right now, and I've got a big chunk of them. I don't have all of them yet, but I've got most of them. Every single one of these levels up through usage. So for example, when you are doing survivalism, if I drop into any tile on the overworld map, you can just wander around in a procedural forest and you can pick berries and you can forage for food and you can do that kind of stuff. This will level up, and then you can get a bunch of different passives and actives that make it better. You can get different crafting recipes that will make your life easier along the way. Botany is the same thing except for alchemical ingredients. There's reading. You can read books in this game, and when you finish reading them, you learn stuff about the world, and it'll give you points that you can use to get powerful perks that make you much more street smart and better at interacting with the world of Analia. Medicine, pretty self-explanatory. If you bandage a wound, you get better at medical science, and then you'll be able to unlock passives and perks, and you'll be able to craft new first aid things. There's other stuff as well. So if you go to cooking, you know, your character's got to eat. There are survival mechanics in this game. So getting better at cooking and boiling and meat preparation and peeling and pan frying all has utility there, but there are combat ones as well. I've got chivalry over here, which comes with the knight. This allows me to get a bunch of supplementary abilities that boost my defense and make me more retaliatory and make me more difficult to take down. Quarter mastery has to do with the maintenance and repair of all of your gear and also the weight that you can carry inside of combat. So there's lots of things to interact with here, and because these aren't tied to your actual character level itself, instead tied through usage, you end up with characters that are very interesting and have a lot of things that they can do. You're not really shoehorned into any one play style. It's very sandboxy, and I like it. You also have your weapon masteries over here. I haven't really been fighting with any weapons other than maces and hammers and bludgeons the entire game. And so I've mostly got things that have to do with stunning the enemy and crippling the enemy and causing them all kinds of wounds that make them harder to fight. But every time these categories level up, you get focus points, and you spend those focus points down here in the trees, which, like I said, are being redone as of right now on behalf of the developer to make them look more modern and more sexy. I find the skill system in this game to be really robust. It's actually one of the reasons that I got into the game super hard, is that in a lot of games, what happens is you need to like dedicate to one thing to get really, really good at it, and if you don't do that, the game scales, so by mid-game, you're gonna really, really struggle against enemies if you've been a jack of all trade. Not a problem in this title. Hasn't been an issue yet so far, because if I want a new skill, I buy that new skill, or I get that new skill, and then I go out into the overmap world, and you can drop into any map and just beat up weak enemies until you level up and get stronger. Oh, I've got a bleed on me right now. Let's go ahead and run a bandage real fast in order to fix that. I'm also going to eat a boiled egg and an apple. Yeah, boiled eggs and apples, the dinner of champions. We also have a goblin spawner down here that I'm going to go ahead and take care of. The abilities that I've accumulated over the course of my playthrough, I've got some utility in here. I've got some attack in here. I've got some defense in here. I've got Knight's Grace. It allows me to increase my attack speed by 15%, which allows me to get a double turn like every 3 or 4 turns. I've got On Guard. It drains my energy in combat, but it gives me a bunch of passive wound reduction and also a bunch of resistances. I've got Jump, which allows for mobility. I've got Sprint, which is kind of the same thing, but I've been a little bit disappointed by Sprint. Sprint lets you take a double turn, but only with regards to movement, like every 4 turns. And so, I like Jump better because I get the movement all right now, but Sprint can be nice if you're trying to escape, and this is a world that is full of threats and things that want to hurt you. I've got the Beatdown, which is a double attack that deals less damage but has a high chance to stun the enemy. I've got Overcome the Odds, which is a war cry that cleanses a bunch of debuffs from me and also gives me bonuses for the debuffs that have been dispelled. And then I've got Toe Crusher, which is effectively a hamstring. Like, I cripple the enemy so that they can't move around very much. Because there are a lot of enemies in this game that like to kite. They will try to stay away from you. The AI in this game is not terrible. It's better than you would expect for a roguelike-inspired RPG. Ranged characters do tend to like fire and walk backwards and stay away. Ooh, this is going to be a tough fight. I don't like this. This is a problem. Okay, let's go ahead and see if we can eke out a stun on him early. I'm going to go with a lot of energy expenditure early, because this potion throwing guy puts random debuffs on you, like every single time he hits you, and I would rather not deal with that mayhem. Like, it's got not a Tarkov style system where you take wounds, but wounds in this game are unapologetically permanent a lot of the time until you first aid them and treat them. And if you haven't been carrying around the stuff you need in order to do that, it's gonna be a problem, and you're gonna have to play through the rest of the dungeon pretty busted up and feeling bad. A good example of this would be sometimes when he throws a potion on me and it hits me in the face, it'll apply a burn to my character. That's a burn that's just there forever. Until you use a soothing balm on it. There's really no way to get rid of it. You can also use herbal tea. When you drink herbal tea, it boosts your regeneration, and it gives you, like, I think a 10% chance per turn to dispel all debuffs, but that's pretty much gambling. So this is one of the reasons why I dedicated pretty hard, pretty early on into my run to first aid and learning how to take care of my character. Otherwise, you're just going to spend a fortune at the alchemist or at, like, the doctor's office buying new things. The game does allow you to save whenever, wherever. You can get full Shakira with it if you want. Let's see if we can stun him up. He's unfortunately got Thorn Mail, which means that I take damage every single time I hit him. I also have Thorn Mail, so he's taking damage every time he hits me too. But it tends to add up. Additive effects in this game tend to be kind of an issue. We've actually got no energy left, and we've got a rogue on us right now. I don't know what I want to do about that. This may be the end. I'm going to eat a boiled egg. I went for the stun right there. Daggers in this game are really, really strong. You should keep that. Oh, he's running from me. Nice. Where'd he go? He vanished? Oh, there he is. He's running from me right now. I was starting off a thought now, too. Oh, daggers.